Hey, I'm gonna level a new Templar. So the hardest acts, in my opinion, which are not hard, Act 1 and 2. Since Act 3 until the end game, it's very easy to play one button build, but we need to practice a little Act 1 too, so everyone can see the progression. So I will level a new Templar today, and I'm gonna showcase it. Let's wait for more people actually. Welcome. So I just started the stream, let me drink some coffee, let's wait for more people. Or I can do something else until more people join, we can showcase the actual build here. So this is a Templar that I leveled up recently, and I can do some endgame showcase with cheap items. So what I have here is cheap. I'm also, look, 1700 dexterity, I have a 5-link, and I'm not using anything crazy expensive. Here I have a 5-link, here I have a 4-link. Until more people will join, we can do a showcase with the build, then I will create a fresh Templar. So let's prepare a map here. I will do ultimatum for the showcase. Now we can do this one. Let's put it here. I plan to farm a lot of ultimatum that way. In 329, after Blight, I will go to ultimatum. Let me put this one here. I'll make a video with my Atlas progression for those that want to copy. Let's see, ultimatum. It throw bolts. Let's do Jungle Valley and we hit it. Yeah, I'm waiting for more people, then I will level a new Templar. That's the plan for today. You still level up with Blighted maps? Yes. Yes, so when I finish the campaign, I will run directly to Blight. It gives a lot of experience, a lot of early currency that will help you with your initial upgrades. It's just too good. For white maps, yellow maps, Blight, in my opinion, it's one of the best content that you can pick. After I reach red maps, I will transition to ultimatum. But for white maps, yellow maps, Blight is the best. So this is Siege Ballista. I'm using cheap items. All the items that you see here are around 3 diviners with league start prices. I'm doing tier 16 map, and I can also farm ultimatum. Few builds can farm ultimatum on league start, by the way. So this is my build. You can get all the bonus objectives like in day 2, day 3. Yeah, it's a well-tested setup, etc. When the build is fully done, it will actually become tanky. So when the build is fully done, it will become tanky actually, which is incredible. Yeah, welcome. Let me change the title on YouTube. One moment. I need to change the title on YouTube for the stream. Okay, let me see, it worked. Yes. Oh, I get Stone Circle. Stone Circle is the worst variation that you can get, but I will do it. There are 4 variations. Stone Circle is literally the worst that you can get. On league start, you don't want to do Stone Circles. But if you get, you pay more attention and you can do it. Because I'm using cheap items, I need to be more careful, that's why. All the other variations are way easier than this one. Okay, let's take this. When more people will join, I will level the new Templar, yeah? That's the plan for today.
A sliver of the winter of the world returns.
And I have lag. Lag. Look. You see? I hit the lag spike. The reason I paused the game, because if you go outside the reach or the ultimatum arena, you lose it. That's why I paused the game.
Relentless assault.
And I hope they don't have problems on launch. Sometimes when you have a league start, they have a big lag for some reason. Yeah, welcome everyone. Look again. Again, check my ping. Man, they need to fix the game. Check the ping here. So I'll keep the game paused until it fixed. Look again. So I think the servers are attacked again. They made a post about it, that the European servers are being under attack by hackers. It's called DDoS attack. Hopefully we don't have this shit today. So they made a post about it, that their servers are being attacked. It's called DDoS attack. Someone is attacking the servers. On Europe. Okay, let's take it here. I don't want to fail it because of lag. And let's level the new Templar now. So more people join, we can make the Templar now. So as you can see, this is a good build. I'm using very cheap items. It simply smashes everything. Let's kill the boss too. I still have a lot of upgrades, so the build is far away from being done. I'm using on purpose cheap items. I'm also on a 5 link. So I'm also on a 5 link here. I'm doing tier 16 maps. Let's kill the map boss. Yeah, welcome. It's in the build guide. So you want to know what to farm, you open the build guide and you read. It tells you at the top what it can farm, what it cannot farm, on what budget, what you can do later, etc. You read the build guide. If you want to make it, read the build guide. It takes you 30 seconds. It's at the top of the build guide. Okay, let's level a new Templar and I'm gonna show you the progression for the campaign one more time. So let's make a new Templar here. Oh, let me buy more character slots. Give me a second. I don't want to keep deleting them. We can buy more slots. So let me see. Account features, extra character slot. Let me buy one more. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah. Give me a second. Now I can make it. Oh, this time I will make it on solo self-found. Simply because I want to do the progression for the Atlas. If I play it on the normal Mirage, I will have everything already unlocked. So after I finish the campaign, I will already have all the maps unlocked, which I don't want. I want to show you my Atlas progression step by step. So I will do it on solo self-found. This is a handicap for me because it will be harder to get Quill Rain and Skirmish for Explosive Arrow, but I can do it without them. Yeah. So we can stay with Explosive Arrow actually until red maps, maybe tier 16, no problem. But it will be harder for me to get a Quill Run or Skirmish. Now if I'm doing Blight, there are some chests that give me unique items, and Quill Run it's a very common unique, so maybe I will drop it myself. But in this run, I want to do it in solo self-found. Yeah, so it will be different now. Look, someone on YouTube says, how come someone can only be playing one build? Because this build is incredible, that's why. First of all, each league I play 5-7 different builds, but my league starter is the same. So in case you don't know POEGuy, check here. So each league I make multiple characters, I play different builds, but my starter is the same. Because the way you start dictates how much fun and how much currency you have during a league. I want to get my bonus objectives fully by day 2, I want a high level fast, then I can make whatever. So after I grind my initial currency and fully unlock my Atlas, I can make whatever build I want. But my starter, I don't play with it, I need a strong starter, and this is very strong. So you need to understand, I make multiple characters per league, yeah? But always the same league starter, but I make 5-7 different characters per league each time. So it's not that I'm playing one build per league, I play actually 7 or 6 builds per league. Okay, let's make it now. We put solo self-found. Templar. Man, I need to put the name again. Templar. Of sex. Yeah, I don't have ideas now. Look, it's not taken. Templar of sex. Solo self-found. I'll do this run. And we try to unlock as much as we can for the Atlas. The build is not solo self-found, but with Explosive Arrow you can stay on solo self-found because it's an easy setup with a lot of rares. You don't need to stress yourself. Here we put move only. Let me see here. Yeah, I usually finish the campaign in 6 hours all the time, but this time I will try to rush it faster. Welcome everyone. Usually I don't stress too much about the campaign, but I always finish it in 6 hours. That's my average, 6 hours, which is a good time, it's not bad. Here you want to dance around Hillock, you do one attack and you move around, he will not hit you. Like this. One attack and you move, one attack and you move. Very easy. For the loot filter I'm using never sync. When I start a league I always start with semi-strict. So in the campaign I use semi-strict. Let's continue. Take a point. You have a POB with the nodes that you need to allocate. You should check it out. In the build guide there is a POB for league start. It shows you each node that you take one by one. You should use the dual wield scepters here. Don't use a shield. It's in the build guide. I even talked about it.
I know you. Lion Eye's watch isn't much. Take
Man,
care.
I don't talk about that on stream. Sorry. I don't want to talk. She's feeling better, but I don't want to talk on stream. Yeah. Here we take Purifying Flame. This one. In the past I was using Rolling Magma, but new players were complaining that you need to target moving. They were missing a lot with Rolling Magma. If the target moves around you, you will miss a lot. And Purifying Flame, it's better for new players. Even if you miss the target, you still hit it. So that's why I decided to change it to Purifying Flame, which is great. So I was using Rolling Magma in the pack. I had to drop it because of new players.
Still alive.
Okay, let's sell this.
Stay sharp.
Remember, I'm playing on solo self-found. Yeah. What do you mean doesn't work? We can put it now on stream. So someone on YouTube says that the POB doesn't work. Let's check it together. Give me a second, I'll put it on the screen and we're gonna check it together. Of course it works. I already know it works, but let's check it together. Now I need to do some clicks here, wait. So the POB works, but I'm gonna check it now. Okay, here is the build guide. We go at the top. You have a league start section here. You click with the mouse, it will redirect you to this section and says you can find an optimized path of building for league start progression here. You click it and here is the POB. You have all the nodes for each act. You should open with the community fork program. Yeah, you have here the gems that you need to use in each act. Very easy. So the POB works. You can also import it into the path of building program. Now you don't have any gear here because you can use whatever. This setup was simplified for new players. You just need to pay attention to the gem setups here. If you want to know the modifiers and what you can, you read the notes section. Here I explain what you can take. So the POB works, I just showed you. POB works. Okay, let's continue. Not the league starts. My boy works all the POB. Look, I'll show you. Look, I'll show you again. So, look, I'm wasting time here. So you said, tell me the other POB. Okay, here is the POB for Siege Ballista. We go and we open it. It says you can find an optimized path of building here. We open it. It works. I just wasted like 3 minutes for what? Here is the POB for budget. Normal Siege Ballista, yeah. As you can see, the POB works. You have all the items here. It works. I just shown you that the POB works. Okay, we go back to game. I was answering on YouTube, by the way. Try to use a VPN. So probably it's your location or something that gives you an error. But the POB works. So that's what I love about Purifying Flame. Even if you miss the enemy, you still hit them. It's great for new players. Yeah, I'll read the YouTube chat. You wrote a lot of text. Give me a second. I need to move to the next area. Try to put lesser words so I can read while I move. Now I need to stop the progress to read the message. Let's go here. Let me read it. Hey mate, hadn't touched part of Exalman in few years and felt overwhelmed logging back in. Not sure I'll catch up on all I miss, but your build gives me confidence. Hey, man, you could have just said great build. Thank you. Thank you for the words, man. It's a good build, of course. I don't play shit, especially for league starters. Here you do one attack and you move, because if you don't play like this, the Roas can kill you quite fast. So in this location, when you see a lot of Roas, you will do it like this. Look, a lot of Roas here. You do one attack and you move. One attack and you move. You don't stand still because you will die very fast here. As you can see, a lot of people die here actually. Okay, let's take this one. One attack and you move. One attack and you move. You don't stand still. That's the secret. Similar to what you did with Hiero. Oh, I have a problem here. Let's remove this shit. Oh. Of course I have. If you go on my YouTube channel, you watch the video that I said League Start progression for patch 325 is the same League Start progression that I made. I will make a reminder video after the reveal stream. Now let me focus a little. Let me focus here a little. They do a lot of damage. Fuck them. Okay, let's take a point. So the Roas here, they do a shit ton of damage. One attack and you move. Let me take this Orb of Alteration. Yeah, I'm reading the YouTube chat and Twitch chat while I play, and it's not easy for me. So as I play, I'm also reading the YouTube chat and Twitch chat. It's not that easy. So one attack and you move. One attack and you move. So in the written guide, everything is up to date. Always, if I do a change, I always put it first in the written guide. So of course the POB link works. Yeah, if I have a link for the POB, 100% it works. He can use a VPN. So most likely has something to do with his region. And if he will use a VPN, it should work. Or you can try to import the link directly to Path of Building. So in the program Path of Building, you can import the POB directly. That can also work. So you don't open the website, you import it directly to Path of Building. I think that will work for you. Yeah, thank you for saying that and welcome. I will do another run now. I lost my focus here. I had to switch my gems to Holy Flame Totem. Give me a second. So, yeah, it's my fault. So here, the moment you enter this region, you need to go to the NPC here. He will give you Holy Flame Totem. You need to take it. This one. We will use this one. You also take Frost Blink for the movement skill, and you need to buy Flame Wall from Nessa.
What little help I can offer.
Here, we take Flame Wall. And we're gonna put it here. Frost Blink. Let's
While we live, we are blessed.
need more sockets. In Act 1, priority have the socket colors. Yeah, not the modifiers. Let me put it here, Frost Blink. And Flame Wall, you put it somewhere. Farewell. Maybe reset the idea. So here, the moment you enter this area, you go to town and you put Holy Flame Totem. Here we still have Purifying Flame and Flame Walls everywhere, so you can see it better. Here we have Frost Blink, will be the movement skill. So the rotation will be like this. You put Holy Flame Totem, you put some Flame Walls. When the Holy Flame Totem will shoot through the Flame Wall, will get added fire damage, so you do more damage. Also, you can put the Flame Wall directly onto the enemy because it will do fire damage over time, yeah? And after you put the skill gems here, you go back and you do the quest for the Quicksilver Flask, the coast. Yeah, I'm showing, especially for new players. Everything was adapted for new players here. This is a mandatory quest, everyone should do it. You get a Quicksilver flask, which is important. You can put the flame walls directly onto the enemy. Like this. And we have a scepter here. Let's check the modifiers. Still better than what I had. So you don't use a shield, you dual wield scepters or wands. Yeah? You don't use a shield here, you do more damage. Man, where is my character, man? Where the fuck is my character? Oh. It's solo self-found. My boys, I'm a Saki boy, solo self-found. I usually don't play solo self-found. So this time I made it solo self-found, that's why I didn't see it. I panicked for a second, I panicked. Yeah. So usually I don't play solo self-found, I only play on the trade normal. Yeah, I panicked a little. You're a Saki boy.
You're there. Can you see me? Choose what you wish.
Man, I had a shitty start actually. I forgot to take the Quicksilver flask. So my problem is that I'm reading the chat non-stop and this ruins my focus. So as I play, I read the YouTube chat and Twitch chat and this ruins my focus. So here you need to take the flask and you can take Arcane Surge anyway. You will not use it, but you can take it.
Stay sharp.
So as I'm reading the chat, I lose my focus. So I said for tier 16 maps, minimum 1400 dexterity, especially if you're running on a 5 link. If you want, you will one-shot everything the moment you have 1800 dexterity. So tier 16, you will one-shot everything on 1800 or higher. Until then, minimum 1400. You should drop by on my Discord. We have an info channel where everything that I just told you is there. Yeah, let me focus a little. Yeah, I need to watch more the game than the chat, that's my problem. So I can focus here. No, Mirage will not go core, yes. Maybe it will go in the future, but not in patch 329. The Shrine Belt, actually, I think there is a high chance that will get added to core. We will see tomorrow. So tomorrow we have the reveal stream. Probably they will talk about the Shrine Belt too. So when they put a lot of effort into a unique item, most of the times they will add it to core. So if they have a unique item with a lot of effort into it, many times they will add it to core in the future patch. So the Shrine Belt, I highly believe it will go core, yeah. And even Mirage can go core in a future patch. Most of the league content, it's added later anyway. Not in the next patch, later they add it. You know, like randomly, every 10 maps or so, you find a Mirage in your maps, random Mirage. So similar to Reflecting Mist or Sentinel or Viridian Wildwood, you'll find a Mirage randomly in your maps. They can add it if they want, but later. Yeah, I will check it after the stream. Check it after the stream. Here I'm playing on solo self-found. Usually I play only on trade, but we can actually reach red maps with solo self-found items. Because the problem is when you transition to Siege Ballista, there are some mandatory uniques, which it's not that easy to get on solo self-found. But with Explosive Arrow, you can stay with rare items without problems. You know, talking about messages, I'm bombarded with messages. So close to league start, people start to message me a lot regarding the build, regarding the farming strategies and more. I will check it after the stream. So I get much more messages when we have a league start. Oh, I have a phone call. 1 second. Oh, the devil is calling me. Give me 1 second. Oh, my boy. I have a courier coming with some melatonin pills. So give me a second. I need to go downstairs, pick the... Oh, give me a second, man. I'm always on the run. Okay, I cannot breathe for 1 second. Give me a second. Put here. Be right back. 3 minutes. Okay, be right back. I need to put a t-shirt and I'll go downstairs.
Come on, come on. Do it. Do it.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about this. I need to get undressed and we play. Okay, back. I had to run on the stairs. I was fast, no? Like 3 minutes. Let's continue. So the rotation is you put a totem, then you put flame walls, and you can supplement with purifying flame. Starting Act 2, it will get easier. Man, we have a rogue exit here. So the moment I reach Act 2, it will get easier. Less buttons to press. We take everything. Hey. Yeah, I will stream tomorrow. We're gonna see the patch notes and the reveal stream. I will start the stream a little later because it will be late in the evening, but I will stream the reveal and we're gonna check the patch notes. So I will be online. After the patch notes, I will make some reminder videos on YouTube. So regarding my build, there will be a reminder video about the build, everything that you need to know. If you never made it before, yeah? Yeah, I need melatonin to sleep, yes. Especially now we have the season with the new League of Path of Exile 1. I need to sleep well during the night. I'm out of melatonin pills and they really help me. So if you struggle to sleep, you take some melatonin supplements and you sleep way better.
I must have time to gather my
Let me clean my inventory.
this cage.
Now if I'm playing solo self-found, I think I need to do all the trials again. So here we have a trial at the top. I will do it in a second.
The tail.
Here we take combustion support.
Be well.
We can put it in the gloves. I'll put combustion. And also we can put here. You need Holy Flame with combustion. You have in the build guide. You should read it.
Stay sharp. Still alive.
Okay. I forgot to do the crab, but we can do it now. So we have the quest for the crab, yeah? This I can use. I'll see.
Farewell.
Remember, if you need Scroll of Wisdom, you can sell Armor Scrap and Blastsmith Weapons and we'll give you some Scroll of Wisdom.
Farewell.
No problem here. Let's do the crab quest, I forgot to do it. Here it is. Let me read it. Hey boss, do you mind explaining what is the advantage of scaling on hit explosive over dot? Yes. So if you scale damage over time, you will need to invest heavily on the skill tree and items into damage over time multiplier, yeah? So you sacrifice a lot of skill points. If, on the other hand, you go with direct hit damage, this will save you like 20 skill points that you can invest into defenses. So you save, you can make it much more tanky on a budget, it's especially good for events, and you deal the damage faster. So with direct hit damage, with scale attack speed, you don't need to wait for the damage to kick in. You kill the enemies much more faster with direct hit damage. You scale attack speed, and you will see that enemies die way faster. The clear speed of the map is faster, and the build is tankier, and the setup is cheaper. So it's better. I usually go do this setup, especially in special events from GGG. So you push the damage faster, setup is cheaper, and you save like 20 skill points on the skill tree. You can take something else with those skill points. Usually I go into defenses. If you scale dot damage, you need to go damage over time multiplier, even on the items, on the jewels, on the skill tree, you need to scale a lot of it, which I don't do here. Tomorrow everyone will go crazy after they do the reveal. All the time when they do the Twitch reveal, everyone goes crazy. Most of the guys will return to Path of Exile 1, you will see. You know, Path of Exile 2, it's great, but I got bored. There's nothing to do now. So when you finalize your build, you get currency, you level up, you do your challenges, there's nothing to do in the game. And also the content, it's limited, you don't have a lot of things to do. So that's why I stopped for now. They need to add more content in the endgame, so we have more things to do, we get bored not that fast. I really hope that they tweak the Atlas 3 in Path of Exile 2. No, the nodes don't feel incredible. Most of the nodes, they don't feel incredible. So take the Atlas skill tree nodes from Path of Exile 1 and compare them with the Path of Exile 2. This I will sell. The reason I'm going character selection is simply because it saves me a portal scroll. Hey boss, what's your plan for farming currency after red maps? Ultimatum. Ultimatum is the most profitable thing that you can do. It prints a lot of Divine Orbs, inscribe ultimatums with Divine Orbs, and if you can get early Divine Orbs on League Start, you'll get really rich. You will invest those Divine Orbs, and you'll get extremely rich really fast. So I will go with Ultimatum. Yeah. So initially I go with Blight, from Blight I will transition to Ultimatum. Each Ballista can farm Ultimatum. Yeah, of course. So Path of Exile 2 needs more time. Some people don't agree with me. Some people don't like Path of Exile 1 actually. When they hear me talking about Path of Exile 1, they get upset. Okay, leveled up, we go here. Yeah. I had some Saki boys from Path of Exile 2. They got upset that I play Path of Exile 1. So they don't like Path of Exile 1 for one reason, and they got upset that I played. I said Path of Exile 1 is my specialty, I played it for a long time, plus the endgame is superior. The endgame in Path of Exile 1 it's much more complex because the game was out for multiple years, of course it's more complex. But we have a couple of people that simply hate Path of Exile 1, and they talk a lot about the graphics, but the graphics are not everything in a game. So there are a lot of games with shit graphics but are fun to play. You just need to get used to the graphics. So they prefer the graphics from Path of Exile 2. The graphics are great, I also like them, but the game it's much more than graphics.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
Now the reason I enjoy Path of Exile 1, I was a big Diablo 2 fan. I played Diablo 2 like crazy, and this game was very similar to Diablo 2. That's why I started playing. So in Diablo 2 we had a couple of years without any updates, and it gets boring after a while. And when I discovered Path of Exile 1 was very similar to Diablo. That's why I started playing. I'm a big Diablo 2 fan, Diablo 2 not 4. So Diablo 2 in my opinion is the best game from the Diablo series. Diablo 2. Now I stopped playing Diablo 2 simply because so the remaster Diablo 2 Resurrected, it's incredible, but the game is filled with hackers, that's the problem. There are too many hackers in Diablo, that's why I stopped playing. And they also use a forum, they can, on ladder reset, they buy everything directly on day one, and it's not fun for me. I like to play multiplayer, by the way. And when I find something expensive in my map, so I play legit without hacks, without bots, etc. When I find something expensive, it has no value because the market is flooded with the people that use bots and hacks, and this affects the economy on multiplayer. What do you mean? Diablo 2 is filled with hackers. Map hack, pick it, all the crap. What do you mean? So if you play the Diablo 2, you know it's filled with hackers. Madlib, welcome. How is your back? I learned, by the way, let me tell you something that I learned. So recently I came across a video that told me that I can sleep on the floor. I mean lay down on the floor, flat floor, and this will fix your back. Actually it works. So you stay 5 minutes on the floor straight with your back on the floor. After 5-7 minutes you feel refreshed. So this relieves the tensions from your vertebrae, from your spinal vertebrae. It actually works. I'm doing it now twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. Yeah, best thing ever. So when I wake up, I go on the floor, I sit for 7 minutes with my spine straight on the floor, and when I sit up, I feel incredible. No tension in the back, it's great, especially if you sit many hours at the computer desk. So this is not the actual build, this is just for Act 1 and 2. So in Act 1 and 2 we use Holy Flame Totem and we will swap it. Take this.
His mirage is bound to this place by an astral
I don't feel
chain.
like rushing, I want to play normally. And we're gonna have a quality chat. So if you have questions, let me know in the chat and I will try to answer. Do you plan on opening a Patreon? Man, I have YouTube memberships, but only if you want.
Stop being a Saki boy. Are you a Saki boy? Are you a Saki boy?
U-turn 539. Boss, thank you for the sub. I hope you have a good evening and a good league start on 24. Thank you. Boss, did you go over the Reliquarian changes? I've seen the changes. We can talk them on stream. I prefer personally the old Reliquarian, especially the Brass Dome notable. So the Reliquarian that we currently have in game has a notable Brass Dome. I think that's very powerful and it can be used in a lot of builds and I simply loved it. So I'm not a fan of the new Reliquarian. Okay, give me movement speed. I actually got it. And talk about luck. This is incredible. Also with some life. These are great for Act 1. Okay, let's go up. You can all use 2 Quicksilver Flasks, by the way, if you drop it. Something like this. You don't need to exaggerate. 2 Quicksilver Flasks is more than enough. So don't put more than 2. 2 it's enough. And I think it's at the bottom. Yeah, you also have notes section in the POB, and on the main page of the build guide, if you scroll down, there is a league start step-by-step guide what you need to do. So in the build guide on the first page, if you scroll at the bottom, you have step-by-step guide of what you need to do. You also have a video. If you cannot follow it by text, you have a video and you can follow it by video if you want. How many hours does it take you to finish the acts when rushing and how many not rushing? First of all, I never speedrun. Speedrunning, it's not for me. It's stressful. I don't encourage speedrunning. Without speedrunning, it takes me 6 hours. But you need to understand when I'm playing, I'm doing a lot of explanations and I'm stopping a lot. So 6 hours, yeah. 99% of the times I finish the campaign in 6 hours and I don't speedrush. But what really matters for a league starter is not speedrunning the campaign, it's about the build, what it can do in the endgame. That's what really matters. When you pick the league starter, you don't pick it for the campaign, you pick it for the endgame. You want a build that's capable of doing the endgame, as much content as possible, with good defenses and not expensive. So you don't want an expensive setup either. Those are the real questions that you should ask. Yeah? New players, they pay too much attention to the campaign, always the same thing. So stop paying too much attention to the campaign.
Rest now, tormented soul.
So a good starter doesn't mean you finish the campaign in 3 hours. A good starter means that you can do tier 16 maps on a budget with few buttons, build is tanky, and you can do multiple content. That's a good starter. You want to do all the bonus objectives from the Atlas fast, and you need to get your initial currency. That's a good league starter. Finishing the campaign in 3 hours, it's not that great as you think. A lot of new players actually get stuck in yellow maps. They have no currency because they picked a shit build. But they were happy with the campaign because in the campaign they had a good time. They were thinking it's a good build. So the campaign is shit. So if you want a good build, focus on the end game. Stop paying attention to the campaign that much.
Yes? Be well.
Right. Here we can take clarity.
Stay sharp out there.
Let's put it somewhere. I need blue. Let me put it in the helmet. This is not hardcore viable. So if you open the build guide at the top, I explain what it can farm, what it cannot farm, I explain the defenses and much more. It takes you 1 minute to read. I repeat, this is not for hardcore. So if you want to play this build on hardcore, it's not the build for you. So you put the totem, then you put some flame walls around the totems, and you can supplement with purifying flame. This will be the rotation for acts 1 and 2. So again, you put flame wall totem, you put flame walls everywhere around the totem, and you supplement with purifying flame as you move. And everything should die. Yeah. Hey, Mirage was not a bad league. So if you ask me, we had much worse leagues. Mirage was actually a good league. It was also a mapping league. It was not a bad league.
This is a mortuary for lost children.
So if I was to rate Mirage, I can give it a solid 8. It was not a bad league. Compared to what we had in the past, it was actually a good league. There is one thing that I would complain in the Atlas. You need to unlock certain areas. Maybe you want to do a blighted map. You need to explore blighted lands to run it. Yeah. Or maybe you drop a Val Temple, you want to do it. You need to explore Val Temple region to the right side of the Atlas skill tree. This I don't like. So maybe I drop a, Val Temple map. I want to run it, and now I need to explore the right side of the Atlas. This is a change that I don't like personally. Or I have an inscribed ultimatum, I need to explore the right side of the Atlas just to be able to run it. Don't like it. Again, it's my opinion, maybe you don't agree with it.
What is your desire?
Well, a thing is certain, we're gonna have an Abyss rework. The reason is not just... So they made a teaser. It's not just the graphics, but we had the soundtrack from Abyss. So GGG on YouTube made a teaser showcasing something that looks like Abyss, but the bigger takeaway was the soundtrack. So the start of that teaser, they used the soundtrack from Abyss. It's clearly we're gonna have something with Abyss in the next league. So they used the soundtrack from Abyss in that teaser. And that was the hint that they will do something with Abyss. The soundtrack that they used.
Friend, stuck my... Please understand.
I don't... I mean, we will see tomorrow. I'll skip my speculations for me. Tomorrow we have the reveal, like in... Yeah, we just wait one more day and we have the reveal. 1 day and a half. No, I expect something crazy. When GGG makes a reveal, it's usually something big. And they also said in an interview that they prepare patch 329 will be very large. They said a large patch. So we're expecting a large patch. You put them here.
Goodbye.
We prepare a stash tab. I'm playing on solo self-found here just to be able to do the Atlas progression. I want to unlock all the bonus objectives one by one, and I need a fresh start, so I'll do solo self-found now. Let's put yellow. Let me put the build guide again on the screen. I want to discuss something. So in the build guide, you go on the first page, you have the league start section, and you have here the gems that you need to have. It tells you for Act 1 what you need to do. Let me see. So elemental, this Act 2. Herald of Ash Act 2. Yeah, it's fine. We go back to the game. We rush for a... Actually, I messed it up and I don't know what's with me today. So we need to rush for Ancestral Bond here. Oh shit. I played like the pennies. I played like a pennies today. I had a very stressed day since I woke up. I had to make some groceries, then a lot of phone calls the entire day. I had a terrible day today. But I played like pennies. So this run was terrible in my opinion. Yeah, let me rush it a little. To catch up sometime, I will rush it a little here. Again, rotation, you put the flame totem, you put flame walls, and you supplement with purifying flame, everything will die. Here like this, flame walls, and you put some purifying flames, everything will die. Again, you start with the totem, put some flame walls next to the totem, and you put purifying flame. Now for Mervel, I would prefer 2 mana flasks. Again, totem, flame walls, and purifying flames, everything will die very fast. And to be careful with these ones. We have a point. We need to rush for Ancestral Bond. We can drop Purifying Flame, will be easier to play. Man, if it's not hardcore, you don't worry that much about Sapphire-ing. As a matter of fact, I have one, but you don't need it if it's not hardcore. So usually I worry about Sapphire rings if I play hardcore. If it's not hardcore, look, I will even drop it. Look, just to show you, you don't need it. I'll use this one. So you can do it, Mervel, without any problems with 0 cold resistance. So look, I dropped the Sapphire ring. I will show you how easy it is. So don't exaggerate with the Sapphire ring unless you play hardcore. So look, I don't have Sapphire ring. I'll still do it fine. So the only time I worry about Sapphire rings is if I play hardcore. Put flame walls. You keep moving around her, and you should be fine. You don't stand still. That's the secret. So, new players die because they stand still. That's the problem. So here you don't want to stay still. You always move. As you move, you put some flame walls and drop your totem. You should put the flame walls on top of the boss, actually. So flame walls on top of the boss here. Problem with this boss, teleports all the time. It's annoying, a little annoying.
woman corrupted beyond
Yeah.
humanity. I must cure.
Remember, in addition to scepters, you can also dual wield wands. Here, goat horns actually give you fire damage on the implicit to spells and attacks. So this is also a possibility to use. In the build guide I explained you can use scepters, or you can use this one, goat horn.
Duresso gave me the gem, kissed me,
I'm waiting to see the transition to Ancestral Bond. It will happen in 10 minutes. So pretty soon I will transition to Ancestral Bond. Let's put back my Quicksilver Flask. Remember, with the gold that you have, you can gamble also weapons. So in Act 1, 2, and 2, you can gamble scepters if you want. Another point, we go here.
The reward I need, my Lord of Light.
No, I explained that I used in the past rolling magma, I had to drop it. So people were complaining that it's very clunky to play, especially new players, so I dropped rolling magma. I used rolling magma in the past, I had to drop it because of new players. They were complaining that the skill is very clunky. With Purifying Flame, even if you miss the target, you still hit it. It's better for new players.
Return if
So if you miss with Purifying Flame, you still hit the enemy. That's why it's great for new players. With rolling magma, if the enemy moves around you, you need to target it precisely, else it will not hit the enemy. So it's not for new players. This is a very easy setup for new players. Yeah, they buffed Purifying Flame. Now it will shoot one additional projectile, especially, and more damage, that means. So it got buffed, Purifying. I mean, Holy Flame Totem. Sorry, I'm paying attention to the game. So Holy Flame Totem got buffed. It's stronger now. Where the... Let's take this one. This is Purifying Flame. I'm answering on YouTube. So this is Purifying Flame. This one. So if you miss the enemy, you still hit it. It has a large attack radius. So this is Purifying Flame. You use it just for Act 1 and the start of Act 2. We will drop it pretty soon. So we use it just a little. You don't use it too much. Do the beams from Holy Flame Totem overlap? Yes. Yes, they do. If you find a red beast in Act 2, you should skip it. You don't fight a red beast in Act 2. When you transition to Explosive Arrow, you can farm as many red beasts as you want, but you don't do it in Act 2, it's a total waste of time. Red beasts have a lot of life, they are also tanky as fuck. So in Act 2, you skip the red beast if you find it. This is for new players.
House of Faith, fallen to desecration.
I need to do all the labs. I'm playing on solo self-found here, so I need to do again all the trials. We have here one. No. I mean, you can leak start with something else and you transition later into my setup if you want. You're talking about the Herald of Agony build. It's not a Cyclone build, it's Herald of Agony. So you can level a duelist, do whatever build you want, and later when you farm some currency and levels, you can transition into the build. So this is what I recommend. So you watch for a duelist starter, whatever, and when you get some character levels and farm some currency, you can transition to my build later. So that's what I recommend. Let me check this one. Still better than this one. I'll put it. Flame wall, we put it here, and I'll put this set. So pretty soon I will swap to Ancestral Bond and the setup will be simplified. Like in 5 minutes.
Fear of the unknown. Fear of the future. Empire requires leadership.
Yeah, I need one more point here.
Spheres, through example, through wisdom, and through strength. I must have time to gather. The Emperor lights the way through the darkened caverns of uncertainty.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you.
Yeah, Explosive Arrow Champion, you can do that one from Zizaran. And later, when you get the character levels and some currency, you can transition to the Herald of Agony build. You can do that. I'm using the default loot filter from Neversink, yeah? I'm not using anything special. I'm using filter plate from Neversink. Let me see, do we have a command for it? Give me a second. Yes, you have. Check the twist shot. And you select Path of Exile 1. Man, I need to tweak the commands. So instead of Path of Exile 2, you put Path of Exile 1. And that's the loot filter that I'm using. I will tweak the command after the stream. Ancestral Reach, you should read the build guide. So your question is already answered in the build guide. You go to the gear page and you read it. Ancestral Reach, I explained. So the best in slot combination would be with Sleepless Sentries and Ancestral Reach. So all that you need to do is to read the build guide. You go to the gear page and you read it. I explain each item that we have. Put the Holy Flame Totem, you put flame walls everywhere. Is your build guide already up to date for the new league? Wait for the reveal tomorrow. Yeah, wait for the reveal tomorrow, 24 hours. Here it's a big change, so we take Ancestral Bond here. And we no longer need to use Purifying Flame. Now it's simply just 2 totems. And you just put flame walls for added fire damage. So the setup just got simplified here. Yeah, less buttons to press.
Make it.
Now with the gold that you have, you can gamble for scepters. So in each town you have a vendor that will allow you to gamble. And you go here to scepter and you gamble if you have gold. Now I don't have. The prices are inflated simply because I'm playing. Yeah, it is what it is. On League Start will be cheaper. So when you League Start, this will be cheap gold.
This is neither the time
It is what
nor
it
the
is.
place.
I know why it's inflated. This will make it a little harder actually for my progression. We can take this here. So I'm playing on my main account, and if you already did the progression once, the gold cost will be like for the end game much higher. But if it's an actual league start and you start fresh, they will cost much less gold. So that scepter, when you gamble, it should be like 200 gold, not 1000. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of questions. I'm reading YouTube and Twitch as I play, and it's not easy for me. And 99% of the questions are already in the build guide. So 99% of the questions that I get are already inside the build guide, clearly explained, but they don't read the build guide. Yeah, that's why I might get frustrated at some point, because the questions that I get are in the build guide, nicely explained in detail, with even with screenshots. You don't fight red beasts in Act 2. No, I'm not a speedrunner. Just speedrunners put a timer. You know, I don't do that thing. So if you try to speedrun the campaign, get the best time possible, you will put a timer on the screen. I don't want to get the best time possible. I finished the campaign in 6 hours, which is more than enough. So I don't like speedrunning. I don't encourage speedrunning. I think speedrunning is a total waste of time. It's very annoying and it's shit. So I don't encourage speedrunning. What really matters for a league start is the end game. How the build performs in the end game, what it can farm, how expensive is the build, what content can it do. That's what matters for a league starter, not finishing the campaign like 1 hour faster. That's irrelevant. And even in terms of currency. By the end of week 2, I have multiple guys in my friend list that finish the campaign probably in 7 hours, and they have multiple mirrors. I also have speedrunners in my list. They barely have 50 divines in 2 weeks. So, yeah. Don't exaggerate with the speedrun. So if someone is new to the game, I tell them you need to learn the quest order, you need to earn the area secrets, there are some secrets, and that's it. You don't need to stress too much about the campaign. So if you see a timer on the screen, that's a speedrunner. We don't play like that. We don't encourage to play like that either. It's not fun. It's very boring. It's very stressful, and it's shit. We don't play like that. You need to memorize the layouts. You don't take any breaks. You need to skip certain quests. You don't play like that. You need to use 2 movement skills. Usually they use shield charge in combination with frost blink. You don't play like that. It's simply stressful. It's not enjoyable. You will not enjoy the game if you play like that. You can play like that if you want, but how I'm playing here, it's very easy for new players. So this was adapted entirely for new players. Even the gem set we put here 2 holy flame totems, put some flame walls, they die. It's very easy to play like this.
I must have time to gather my will.
Again, 1 totem here, 1 totem here. Put some flame walls next to the totem, and they will get added fire damage when they shoot. Very easy to play. Now my problem here are the scepters. I'm using shit scepters. That's why. Okay, let's go this way. So you want more damage, you should upgrade your scepters.
Fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
And in Act 1 and 2 you have a lot of flexibility.
Ready yourself.
That thing
Uh,
slaughtered everyone.
POE1 it's harder to learn than Path of Exile 2, that I can tell you. But either you like it or not, the games are a little connected. So they are borrowing things from Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1 is borrowing things from Path of Exile. So each of these games they try to borrow things, features. So Path of Exile 1 borrows from Path of Exile 2, Path of Exile 2 borrows from Path of Exile 1. They are slightly connected, the games. Initially they wanted to make two separate games, that was the initial vision, then after they changed it. So when they when they talked about Path of Exile 2, initially they said that there will be two separate games very different in playstyle. They changed that vision and now they try to make them very similar. So they copy ideas and features from Path of Exile 1 and from Path of Exile 2 and they try to merge them together. So now the games will become more and more similar.
Go make it fun.
Let me see here what we can take.
Travel far.
The end of learning is the beginning of death the road.
Yeah, Madip, you're right. So initially they wanted to merge the games together, yes. But after they said that they will make two separate games with different visions in mind. So Madip, it's right. Initially they wanted to make... to update Path of Exile 1 with a better engine and call it Path of Exile 2. That was the initial vision. And they changed the vision and they said we will make a separate game, Path of Exile 2, which will feel different. So after they said...
Must have time to gather my will.
I mean, they wanted initially to make a separate game, but the game was too hard, you know, a lot of people started dying. Yeah, it was a terrible experience. They wanted a faster paced game and they had to adapt. If you remember when patch 1.0 dropped, a lot of people were complaining about the loot and the pace of the game. It was very slow. People didn't enjoy it. So in order to save the game, they borrowed a lot of things from Path of Exile 1 to save the game. Look, another guy on YouTube. I want to see your face. My boy, I show you the finger. Look, you see my fingers here. So face later. Now I show you the fingers. The fingers, not the finger. Here is the road, yeah? And we have the portal to the right. This means that the bandit will be to the right. So the location of the portal will show you where is the bandit. If I have a portal, if I have the waypoint to the left, means the bandit is to the left. Now because I have it to the right, means that the bandit Alira will be to the right. So it shows you the location of the bandit. If I go now to the right side, I will find Alira. Will be here to the right. Yeah. See? Of course, they need to add more skills and support. So you're talking about Path of Exile 2, the game was just released. They will add more skill gems, more support gems, the game will get more complex. The problem is they are rushing the support gems and they are not testing them properly. So we will see a lot of unintended mechanics, broken things, because they keep adding support gems and skill gems without proper testing. I'm talking about Path of Exile 2. We kill all the bandits, yes? Try to bring Alira in a corner. The moment I take that keystone elemental overload, I do a lot of damage. So I need one more level here. I don't have elemental overload now.
The night you are thus blessed,
Now I take, I mean one more level and I take it. It will give you a lot of damage. How you follow the road. So as you can see, I'm not playing like a speedrunner. I'm playing quite relaxed. I'm having fun. I'm scratching my ass, no problem. So I'm not stressed, that's the idea. When I play the campaign, I'm not playing stressed, I play normally. Speedrunning the campaign, it's not fun, man. You need to know the quest order, that's important. So the quest order, it's mandatory. You need to learn in what order you will do the quest, this is very important. And you need to learn the area secrets. Like I shown you here with Alira, you find it faster if you know where to look for it. I said scratching my ass, not stretching my ass. I'm scratching my ass. It's a figure of speech. So when you play something lazy, you have time to scratch your back, scratch your ass. It's a figure of speech. So I didn't instead stretch my ass, I said scratch my ass. It's a figure of speech. Let me get the point here. In Act 1.
I thought you...
Here, you take whatever, you don't care.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
And now we take this one, Elemental Overload, it will give you a lot of damage. This will give you a lot of damage. So when I want to say that I'm playing something lazy, I will say I'm scratching my back with a fork or something like this, just to give you an idea that it's lazy to play. So you have time to scratch, this means that you play something easy. It's a figure of speech. Put the totems here and put some claymores. Like, put everywhere. How you know Elemental Overload is active? You see here under the icon there is a...
You've done well.
How you call it, man? Diamond. There is a diamond after under the icon, you see? And this is how you know it's Elemental Overload active and you do 40% more damage.
What is your desire?
So this is the icon for Holy Flame Totem. When you have the diamond here, means that you do 40% more damage. That's a lot of damage. I'm not scaling crit here, yeah? So I'm not scaling crit here. With so many projectiles, you will trigger Elemental Overload very fast. So triggering Elemental Overload, even with low crit, you will trigger it very fast because we shoot a lot of projectiles and we have 2 totems. So you don't care about your crit. Yes, I've seen them. I prefer the old one. So I like the current Reliquarian, I like it more. A thing that I don't like about the Reliquarian, because each new patch that we have, they want to change the nodes. And this means you need to make a new build guide. So let's say you make a good build for Reliquarian, but in the next patch you need to scrap it because it will get other nodes. That's a thing that I don't like as a build creator. So if let's say I make a good Reliquarian build, the next patch is gone because they will add new points. This is the thing that I don't like. Okay, what we can take here, we have fire damage, we take it. Okay, now I want to discuss something. Someone contacted me and told me, so what happened first of all? Let's in patch 328 for Holy Flame Totem here, they added the area of effect tag. So this skill gem didn't have the area of effect tag before patch 328. And this means that we can use this one, concentrated effect. Now Osaki boy contacted me in private, telling me that concentrated effect just applies to the ground that gives you consecrated ground. It doesn't apply to damage, and this I need to test if it's true or not, because I like concentrated effect more. So let me take it and check with the DPS tooltip. Take it as a reference. So I have 191, and now we check. So he told me that it doesn't work with this one for some reason, and I need to check if he's right or not. He told me that concentrated effect just affects the ground. You know, when you put a purifying, when you put Holy Flame Totem, it puts consecrated ground, and it only affects the ground, not the damage. So this I need to test because it's very important. So the 25% more area damage will not apply to the damage from Holy Flame Totem. This is very weird in my opinion. Let me check something, give me a second. So I need to see if this is true or not, because it's important. You see, it doesn't boost my DPS here. Because if this is true, this is an useless gem. That was you? Yeah, I need to check it because this is very important. So in the past I was using something else, but
Hello.
Let me see what else we can put. So I was using elemental focus. Let's check the DPS increase. So now I will swap to elemental focus. Now it goes up. So you see the DPS went up with elemental focus, but when we put concentrated effect, it doesn't go up. Activate flame totem and check it. No menu, look, it works. So if I put elemental focus, the more damage multiplier will apply. So the DPS went up, but when I use concentrated effect, for some reason, it doesn't go up. So probably he's right. Probably this guy is right. So this is very important. Give me a second. Let me check this one. You know, I think I'll go with control destruction. Now, the reason why I don't like this much elemental focus, it's very simple. Here we have a mastery that gives you 100% increased damage, but you need to apply elements, yeah? And if you use elemental focus, you cannot inflict elements, so you don't benefit from 100 increased damage. So I'm inclined to use this time control distraction support, and I will update the build guide. So initially I put concentrated effect, but apparently it doesn't work, it doesn't increase the damage. And for that reason we can use control distraction. You don't care about crit anyway, we have so many projectiles on 2 totems, it's very easy to trigger here the elemental overload. So this you trigger very easy. So this is what I need to tell you, this doesn't work for some reason. I think it's a bug.
It is a new.
I think this is a bug. It should work in my opinion, but it doesn't work. Okay, let's continue. We go here. I'm not scaling crit with this build, yeah, so I don't care. So elemental, this one, elemental overload, you still proc it very easy. So this build does not scale crit, we don't care about crit. And elemental overload will still proc very easy. Because we have 2 totems with a lot of projectiles, it will trigger it very easy. Who is that guy that gives you the tip? It's on YouTube now. It's called Jesse J. Look, Jesse J Reviews, he's now live on YouTube. He told me about that. Yeah, I will tweak the build guide. I will remove this one. We no longer use concentrated effect. Instead, we're gonna put control distraction. You can see the damage, oh, much better. Actually, after this stream, I will edit the build guide and put this gem. It's way superior, control distraction. The last bandit should be Oak. By the time you reach Oak, you get more character levels, more skill points, you'll be more powerful. He's a tanky, that's why. Remember, by the way, to upgrade your scepters. These are shit what I have. I didn't found better. Okay.
Dare to speak for peace, outlaw. There's the peace your lives have earned.
No, this is best. My boy. This one, control distraction, is best. You don't care about the less crit. You still trigger the elemental overload very fast. And you get 25% more spell damage. So this is best in my opinion. You can also use this one. So this one, control distraction, is best. You don't care about that crit.
My mana is spent.
I mean, I prefer it. Control distraction. Maybe I will change my mind. He told me about infused channeling instead. So you still get elemental overload, yeah? And out of curiosity, let me check my crit. Ah, it's fine. 7%. You still trigger, you see, elemental overload. Let's take this one. With Siege Ballista, you should sell the Inscribe ultimatums. If you want to run them yourself, you can do Shrapnel later. So if you get an Inscribe ultimatum with 8 divines, you should sell it for 7. Because if you fail it, you will lose your 8 divines and the Inscribe ultimatum. With that 16 divines lost, there are specialized builds that can run Inscribe ultimatums all day, and you need to sell them to those players.
Help me to lead this one back into the light.
Let me check infused channeling too. So now I need to find another support because this one no longer works apparently. So concentrated effect. Even though we have the area of effect tag, we have the AOE tag, it doesn't apply to totems for some reason. So I need to find a new support. Let's
Little help I can.
give me a second. This one. This requires some dexterity, but no problem. 16. How much I have? 14. Not a big problem. So that's why I don't like it too much. The dexterity requirement. Here we're gonna get some dexterity. You can also do it like this. You can take this here. Let me check my damage. So if I remove this one, I want to see if I get an increase. So I have 191. Yeah, it works. So infused channeling, it's also fine. So when I put concentrated effect, you don't get any damage boost, you see? And this is the thing that I didn't knew. In theory, it should have worked, but it doesn't work. So we no longer use it. And another thing that I like about infused channeling, you can use it in Act 1. So you can buy it from Act 1. Yeah, I will tweak a little the build guide. I will remove concentrated effect and we put infused channeling.
My mana is spent.
You should skip the ritual, by the way. You don't have anything expensive here. Let me skip it. You can use scepter. Let me check it. Oh, this is incredible. Better than what I had. We can
I
put
have
it here.
not the brawn to use this yet.
Oh, I need more strength. I'll use it later.
Must have time to
Yeah, it's bugged. Most likely it's bugged. So they added the area of effect tag in patch 328 now. And probably they didn't test it well. Oh, speaking of the coffee, I should drink it. It's still warm. Then it will get cold and I will not drink it anymore. Give me a second. Yeah. It only affects the area component, not the projectile component when you put concentrated effect. So the rotation is very easy. You put the totems and you put some flame walls and they get added fire damage, that's it. Yeah.
You've done well. Choose what you wish.
But again, it's easy to play because you don't need to target. Just put the totems and you wait, everything will die. Yeah, but the next league will have another mechanic that will also give you some rewards in the campaign. So if I'm doing the Mirage, next league we will not have Mirage in the campaign, you will have something else. So when they add a new mechanic, they will put it even in Act 1 and 2. So we have something equivalent that will give you some... I'm looking for extra orbs, that's why. Especially this one, Orb of Chance, I need one more. I want 2 Orb of Chance. I need one more to draw. Here we have a mastery. It gives you 100 increased damage. That's a lot of damage for free. So you take this, you do shit ton of damage. 100 increased damage for free without any downside. So you don't have any downside if you take it. Yeah, so the league mechanic, you will access it from Act 1 and will be rewarding similar to Mirage here. That's why I'm doing it. We'll have something else. Yeah.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yeah, but I'm playing relaxed now. For this run, I'm playing very chill. I don't want to stress myself. And when I'm doing something important, I will explain, like a transition, for example, I will explain what you need to do. Of course, you don't want to stay forever in the campaign, but if you want to interact with the league mechanic, you can. I usually don't interact in Act 1. So if you have a new league mechanic, usually I don't interact at all in Act 1, maybe out of curiosity in Act 2. Here, because I'm playing solo self-found, I need to get some orbs in order to get my upgrades in Act 3. So here it's on solo self-found what I'm playing. So I cannot trade and buy a Quill Rain, I cannot buy a Skirmish, so I need to drop a... Okay, let's see what we take. Here we go.
You've done well.
Let's check this one. Yeah, it's better for sure.
Choose what you wish. What is your desire?
Let me take the gold I needed.
The most common wish.
My mana is spent.
Today is not so bad. Another one. The reason I play on solo self-found, the Atlas, after I finish the campaign, the Atlas will be unlocked. I need to unlock it. It will be locked. I need to unlock it. If I play in the normal league, the Atlas is already unlocked. I want to unlock it on stream step by step, so I can show you the Atlas progression. Whoa. Okay, we take this one. This is better, no? Let's put it. Here I need the links, so I cannot change the gloves. And then we can also change the scepter. Here.
Battle has been won.
Are you happy for tomorrow? Of course.
Must have time to gather.
So I will stay during the reveal and we wait for the patch notes at the end. If you want, we can also watch the Ziggy D interview. So usually I skip the Ziggy D interview, I get bored, but this time we can watch it if you want. It takes 1 hour, but yeah, we can watch it, why not? And I will comment based on what he says. Okay, let's kill the boss. Yeah, the problem with the interview, sometimes I get bored. So first they do the reveal stream, they explain everything that they will add, and then we have an interview with Ziggy D. And many times I get bored during that interview. With you, in case you missed it, we're gonna use infused channeling here. I will update the build guide. So I'm doing much more damage. With this setup, I'm doing much more damage. Check the damage. So after the stream, I will tweak a little the build guide. This boss has a lot of life, by the way. So this boss here has a lot of life.
Back where you belong, Nightmare. The faithful need not fear your kind.
No, the setup will be like this. Holy Flame Totem, Infused Channeling, and Combustion. This will be a free link. That deals much more damage. I will tweak the build guide after the stream. Look, another set, tell me to check it. You can put it, it's better. And if you notice, they shoot one extra projectile. This is a bug that they did in patch 3.28. So they made the Holy Flame Totem stronger. They shoot one additional projectile, which is much more damage. So each totem shoots 4 projectiles. Yeah. It gives you even better clear. You can do as many red beasts as you want, but after you transition to explosive arrow. So with Holy Flame Totem, I would not touch red beast. Yeah, you should skip them for now. When you transition to explosive arrow, you can farm red beast if you want, even in the campaign. It will be easy.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yellow beast you can kill for extra experience, but don't kill a red beast because it will take forever.
Choose what you wish.
Now, because I'm preparing to transition to explosive arrow, we can take this note. So, like in 10 minutes, I will swap to explosive arrow. Pretty soon.
Life in his right hand, death in his left. And then there are those who fell through God's fingers.
Yeah, you need a 4 link, but if you're unlucky, you can also use a 3 link. My suggestion is to wait and see when I do the swap now live on stream, and I will do I will explain what I do. So I will swap to explosive arrow in 10 minutes. Just wait and see what I'm doing. So pretty soon I will swap to explosive arrow and I will explain what I'm doing. Also in the build guide I explain multiple ways to get your links. Let me focus a little here.
A dead man and a living machine. There's your truth, heretic.
I am no beast of burden.
This I will take it out.
Enough of this.
Okay, let me put it. This will free my glove slot, yeah? So to save portal scrolls, you can do the trick. You go to the lobby, back to the game, it will give you in town. Save a portal scroll.
Watch yourself.
Yeah, let's clean my inventory. Get flask here. Need to rename them a little. Put affinity too. Let's put the gem tab too. Here. Gems. Again, I'm playing on solo self-found, that's why I need to put everything again. Okay. And here we take flammability. When you fight a boss, it will give you extra damage, so it's great. Now this is better. Shit.
Go with courage.
Let's put it here. If you want to practice, in my opinion, you should just practice Act 1 and 2, because the moment you swap to Explosive Arrow, it's too easy. So there's nothing to practice once you swap. So Act 1 and 2, if you want to practice, that's it. Okay, let's put flammability here. So if you're very unlucky and you cannot get a 4 link, you can use the free link. 2 red, 1 green, and you put lesser multiple projectiles later. So you can even do it on a free link. Best way to get a 4 link is to gamble body armors with armor and evasion.
I must have time to gather my will.
It's inclined to give you red and green sockets, and if you don't get it on the first try, you can use a chromatic orb to change the color, and you get it very easy. So you should keep some gold. Look, something like this you can use. You know, 2 red, 1 green, and you use a 3 link there. Okay. I'm missing a bust. It's at the bottom right corner. Yes, of course, and vendors too, you can check them. So checking the vendors also, it's even in the build guide. So what I said in the build guide, you can gamble with gold, you can check the vendors, or you can buy directly from the trade because they will be cheap. So if you play trade, you can buy directly for link.
Choose what you
Rare jewelry, I want to take it.
glittering fineries await you.
Yes, they stack. I can give you an example. Now in patch 328, the Reliquarian has a node called Brass Dome, and you can use the Brass Dome body armor in combination with it. Not all of them will stack. So some of them stack, some of them don't stack, but most of them stack. So most of the effects will stack with the Reliquarian Ascendancy. This we can use. Here it is. Here I'm wasting a couple of minutes doing the league mechanic. We're gonna put it here, it's great. Let me read on YouTube. How do you deal with juice rares one-shotting your Ballista before you can get close in tier 16? What are you farming? This is the question. If you want your Ballistas to be tanky, you need to put Ballista totem support high level. So the more gem levels you have on Ballista totem supports, the harder your Ballistas will die. Anyway, Templar has a lot of... The Hierophant has a lot of placement speed. So if your totem die, you will resummon it. I'm telling you why they die. Probably you're new to the game and you have a map with elemental reflect. So your totems die instantly because the map you just opened, it has a modifier called elemental reflect. And when the totems shoot, they will instantly die because of reflect. So be careful what you open. So that's the reason why your totems die. You open the map with elemental reflect. They shoot 2 times, they die. You have a modifier with elemental reflect. I'm talking on YouTube. On League Stack, you need to read the modifiers a little.
I must have time to gather my will.
So when you get your bonus objectives, you actually need to read the modifiers. What you can do, what you cannot do. Especially in red maps. In the build guide on the first page, I talked about the modifiers. There is a section with the map modifiers.
Wipe the filth from this house of God.
Check the quick shot. Someone dropped a mirror.
My mana is spent.
My boy, are you joking or you really dropped one? Where you dropped it? Probability to drop a mirror, you know, it's very, very low. Ah, breach, it's very likely, yeah. If you farm breach very juiced, you can actually drop a mirror. You have real chances of getting one. So if you do the very juiced breach strategy, if you do a lot of maps, you can drop a mirror, yes. Here I can get a tabula rasa, but I will not use it. Let's see. So it says the unique body armor. What I get? And it said the unique body armor. So let's go out.
We are victorious for now.
Madrox, boss, thank you for the love. I hope you have a good evening and a good league start on 24. Thank you. Yeah, we can go here at the bottom. So pretty soon I will swap to Explosive Arrow and it's game over. The moment you swap to Explosive Arrow, everything becomes a joke. Like really easy. It's already easy, but it will become easier.
An emperor must bear two blades. Hope in the left hand.
Let me go take the waypoint directly. It will save me time. Here, you take the waypoint. So I did some tweaks to the Holy Flame phase, and as you can see, I'm doing much more damage. So apparently this gem, I don't have it anymore. Concentrated effect didn't work properly with the build. I will pick the build guide after the stream. Yeah.
Ready, exile?
My mana is spent.
Look, I dropped it. You actually got lucky. So these are the colors that I need, 2 red, 2 green. I actually dropped a body armor which has 2 red, 2 green. But I will also show you what you can do in case you don't drop it. I can put an alchemy orb here and we also get some modifiers. I mean, it's useful. It's called Infused Channeling. You can also get it from Act 1. So you're gonna have Holy Flame Totem, Combustion Support, and Infused Channeling. This is the new setup. So Concentrated Effect apparently didn't impact the projectiles from Holy Flame, which is a bug in my opinion. Yeah. I will tweak the build guide after the stream. So you put the totems, put some flame walls, everything will die. Little stress. Let me check this quiver, because if I transition to Explosive Arrow, I will need a quiver. This is incredible. For Act 3, this is useful. We're gonna use it. Let's go here. By the way, I'm playing on solo self-found in this run. The reason is simple, because you can stay longer with Explosive Arrow, and I want to show you the Atlas progression for the unlock. So my Atlas is locked, and I want to do a full Atlas unlock as much as I can with Explosive Arrow. Will not be full, but like 80% I can do. Yeah. If I need a Quillrain, I can do some contracts. Very easy to get Quillrain, very common. You open some chests with uniques, you drop it quite often. So Quillrain, it's a very, very common unique item. It's easy to get. Until I get a Quillrain, I will use a rare bow without problems.
yourself. Choose what you wish.
No, we don't. Man, that recipe you can do it if you play solo self-farm like I'm doing here, but on normal league you can buy directly a Quill Rain because it's cheap. And 90% of the players that play this build will play on trade. And Quill Rain is like 1 chaos to chaos. So that recipe that you told me about, you can do it if you play solo self-farm. But this build it's not for solo self-farm. Oh, this is also useful. It's better than what I had here, no? No, new players don't need to fill their head with too much information. I disagree with you. So if you're new to Path of Exile 1, you need to learn the basics, which are the most important things. You don't want to get overwhelmed by a lot of information. Here, a lot of people do mistakes. So if you invite your friend to Path of Exile 1, you don't want to terrorize him with too much information. When I invite someone that never played Path of Exile 1, I only teach him the basics. I don't teach him more than that. Because if I tell him too many things, he will get overwhelmed and he will feel like quitting the game. So when I invite someone, I just teach him the basics and I let him experiment for some while, and after I teach him little by little. If you give him too much information at once, especially like you said, the vendor recipes, he will, it's just too much to take. Yeah? So you don't want to stress him with vendor recipes. He just came to the game, you don't tell him directly about vendor recipes, it's too early. You just explain the basics things and that's it. Because it's too much information in this game and you cannot handle it all. If you tell him too much, he will quit. He will get overwhelmed by the information and he will quit the game. I invited a lot of people from Diablo 2. So I transitioned to Path of Exile 1 quite some time ago, and many of the friends that were still playing Diablo 2, I called them to Path of Exile 1, and when I teach the game to them, I took it little by little. So I started with the basic stuff, with the links, with the gem setups, etc. and I didn't want to flood them with information. I was reading the chat, give me a sec. How about reading the build guide, yo? Look, I'll put the build guide on the screen. I don't know, 99% of the questions that I get are in the build guide. Let's read together the build guide. We go at the top. So you ask me about the defenses. Let's read the build guide. See what we can find. Look here, damage scaling and defensive layers. You have it here. If you don't want to read, let's read it together on stream. Once fully done, the build becomes quite tanky. We gain 100% spell suppression for free from Magebone Keystone. We have more than 75% chance to evade attacks. Usually I get 83-85, so you barely get hit. And if you get hit, you have plenty of damage reduction. So you'll not get one-shotted when the build is fully done. Immunity to ailments everyone has. A lot of life regeneration, more than 1000. We are a range build. This is also a defensive laner, and we freeze the enemies. So this build will freeze the enemies, they will not attack you. When you do maps, everything will get frozen. This is a defensive layer too. So you have here the defensive. So how about reading the build guide? I put a lot of effort into this one. I explained what it can farm, what it cannot farm. You have everything here. Yeah. So 99% of the questions that I get are already explained in detail in the build guide, but they don't read it. They don't open the build guide, they don't read it. We go here.
Ready yourself.
I am no beast of burden.
I want to check the scepter here.
Make your wish.
I must have time to gather my will.
So in 5 minutes we transition to explosive arrow. 5 minutes. You can also go with piety when you transition to explosive arrow. Here you have a recipe with fire damage, you need to take it. It's useful. And here it's another tip that I can give you. When you take the quest reward, you always take the Jade Amulet. Always, from all this amulet, it gives you dexterity on the implicit, which can help you with gem levels and with the bow when you transition to explosive arrow. So Jade Amulet always you pick here. Whatever modifiers you get, you just use it. We use it for the implicit. It will make the transition to explosive arrow easier. Okay, now let's continue. Or you can make the quiver. I don't want to make the quiver. People will see it and they will think it's mandatory to do the vendor recipe. And since this is a trade league build, it's not solo self-found. That's why I will not do it. Here, this one, you want to skip it. It doesn't give you any essential skill points and has a lot of fire resistance. So Gravicious, I highly encourage to skip it. So that mini boss that you just seen, you want to skip it. You don't fight it, you don't get anything important. No.
I must have time to gather my will.
I want to check the new Holy Flame Totem damage with Piety here, that's why. The trick, I can only do it if I want in Act 8, you know, to take the waypoints. So for those who don't know, if you play on League Start, you have a lot of public parties here. You have a lot of them, hundreds of them, and you can take the waypoints from, you join a random public party just to take the waypoint. It's a trick that you can do. It's particularly useful for Act 8. So you can finish Act 8 like in 10 minutes if you take the Lunaris and the Solaris waypoints. So you find a party that's in the Solaris temple, you just teleport to them to snatch the waypoint and you leave the party. And this will save you like 10 minutes. Then you repeat the same process with Lunaris. You find a party that is in the Lunaris temple, you teleport to them, you take the waypoint, and you just saved another 10 minutes. So this is a trick that you can do. It will save you time. No, I don't like this area. Yeah, I really don't like this area up here. By the way, life is decent. So this life that I have is quite decent for Act 3. So it will not feel squishy, even in the campaign. You know what we can do in this page? We can make a global channel for Siege Ballista if you want. So here we can create our own global channel and we can talk. So while we play, everyone that's playing Siege Ballista can join the global channel, and if you have questions, you can ask directly from the channel game. So directly from the game, you join the support channel from the game and you can ask the question while you play. I think I will do it this time. You can make a global channel for Siege Ballista. I will think about the number. I mean, the league didn't start it yet. Tomorrow I will decide and I will share it.
Your conviction drives you, Herod. But have you thought what it might drive others to do in return?
It needs to be with a lot of numbers, so we don't have random people joining. You know, that we can have trolls that try to troll. That's the problem. With global channels, we can have trolls. My boy, if you don't catch me online, no problem, you can check the Twitch VOD. So I know time zone can be a problem. You can check the Twitch VOD. So after I'm done streaming, you can still see how it went with the stream. So you don't need to catch me online.
This is neither the time nor the place.
See you.
You quiet. Now you must.
Okay, let me clean my inventory here a little. We can also put a stash tab. So let's call it EA transition. EA Ballista transition. Put some useful items that we can use. Let me check this one. No. And now we go when we transition to explosive arrow. Let's do it.
There is nothing else.
So at this point we go to the library, we find Siosa, and we transition to explosive arrow. The moment we transition, it's easy mode. It's already easy, but it will get way easier than this. So let's do it. You go here to Imperial Gardens, then you find the library. So now is the important part. If you're watching the stream, now is the important part. Let me find the waypoint. So if you follow this road, you'll find the waypoint too. Library, it's always at the north. So from the waypoint, you go north and you find the library. We have a lot of new players from Path of Exile 2. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. So we have players that never played Path of Exile 1. They came from Path of Exile 2 and they want to try Path of Exile 1. We have quite a lot of them.
Must have time to gather.
Here it is. Take the waypoint and you need to find the quest for Sios. After you complete it, we buy the gems and we swap to Explosive Arrow. Here it is. Many times it's at the top. So this secret area, many times it's at the top.
My mana is spent.
My boy Scottish, you're just in time. I'm transitioning to Explosive Arrow. So in 2 minutes I will swap to Explosive Arrow. So you're just in time. Two minutes. No, first of all, you need to understand that there are two different builds. Siege Ballista one build, Shrapnel Ballista another build. They are similar in playstyle, but the builds are different. The transition to Shrapnel Ballista, it's optional. You transition when you have the currency. So if you want to swap later from Siege Ballista to Shrapnel Ballista, you need around 100 divines. You farm with Siege Ballista 100 divines, you can make Shrapnel if you want. So it's optional. On my YouTube channel, you have multiple videos that explain how you should transition from Siege to Shrapnel. I made multiple videos. The transition is optional, I repeat. You can stay with Siege Ballista, you don't need to make Shrapnel. Okay, and now we transition to Explosive Arrow. You need to have the orbs in your inventory for Siosa, yeah? Like this.
This is neither the time nor the place.
We go and we buy the following gems. Pay attention to the stream. Here, take whatever, it doesn't matter. And you buy this, you want Explosive Arrow. You want Ballista Totem support. You want elemental damage with attacks. You want multiple projectile support. This is the main setup. You can stay with this setup until red maps. It's incredible. Now, you also want Frenzy with Mana Forge Arrows. You also want Flammability. I mean, I have Flammability, no? Yeah, you have it from the quest reward. Flammability will be the curse. If you struggle with blue sockets, because this build will struggle with blue sockets, I recommend to take Dash. Where the fuck it is? Dash, it's a green socket. Yeah, so Dash if you struggle with blue sockets. And if you put Dash, you should put Dash second wind. It's much better with second wind. What else we can put? If you suck, you put Steel Skin Automation. It will give you an extra defensive layer. It will give you a shield passively. It's Steel Skin and you put Automation gem. This one. And that's it. These are the gems that you buy. Now we get a random bow and quiver and we transition. So we go to town. But you're just in time. I'm transitioning to explosive arrow. So you're just in time. I just bought the gems from Ciosa and now I'm playing on solo self-found too. So the scepters I don't no longer need them. These scepters I don't need them. I drop this body armor, we can use it. What I have here, Holy Flame Totem we don't use anymore. Infused Channeling we don't use. Combustion we don't use. This we don't use. Flammability we use, I'll keep it. Flame Wall we no longer use, we destroy. Cross Blink, you can keep it if you want. Herald of Ash we no longer use it. Now you need a bow and a quiver. For the bow, take whatever, you will update it later. So let's see, this is great. Elemental damage with attacks, it will scale with the build that I'm playing. This is a good bow to get us going, yeah? And let's put a quiver too. Let's put the gems here. Now, how to get a 4-link. The best way to do it, you will gamble with the gold that you acquired. You go here to and you gamble a body armor with armor and evasion. This one, random armor and evasion body armor. It's inclined to give you a 4 socket. And many times you get 2 red, 2 green because armor and evasion, it's red sockets and green sockets. Now, if you don't get 2 red, 2 green, you can use a chromatic orb. You can use this one and it changes the colors. Or you can check the vendors for 2 red, 2 green. If you are very unlucky and you don't get 2 red, 2 green, you use 2 red, 1 green. And you put later multiple projectiles. So you can even do it on a free link. But you should gamble with the gold, the body armor like this, and you get the sockets. Okay, let me put it back. Put it here. And now let's level up the gems. I just transition. Another benefit of this setup, you don't change anything on the skill tree. So I just swapped, very easy to explosive arrow. You don't need to drop anything on the skill tree. Everything stays exactly the same. So everything was calculated. The moment I swapped from Holy Flame Totem to explosive arrow, you don't need to stress about the skill tree. Skill tree will stay as it is. It makes the transition easier. Now I need some Scroll of Wisdom. We can sell this and transmutation. It gives you Scroll of Wisdom.
Be well.
Let's put the other gem setups. Here, give me 2 sockets. Let's link them. And I'll put here Frenzy. Mana for Jarrows. Dash Second Wind, we can put it. Or you can stay with Frostblink. If you struggle with blue sockets, I repeat, you can use Dash because this is a green socket for the movement skill. People ask me why I use Dash in the campaign. Simply because you will struggle with blue sockets. If you struggle with blue sockets, just put Dash because this is green and you have a lot of green sockets with this build. Let's put Steel Skin Automation. Let's put it here in the gloves. Okay, and I still need Precision Aura. So for the auras, you need Clarity and Precision. You can buy it from Ciosa or from Act 1. And I'm done. So Precision, you can buy it from Ciosa or from Nessa from Act 1. Here it is.
Farewell.
And the last thing that you need to do is to go into the docks area and you level the gems a little because they are low level. You just bought them. All the gems are level 1. You're gonna stay here a little and you level the gems. So let's do it now. As the gems will level up, you do more and more damage. It's already better than Holy Flame Totem, you will see. Let me put my icons here. Let's put this. I have precision, look. So you stay here just to get some gem levels because you just bought everything with low level. As they level up, you keep doing more and more damage. Damage is already great. I will do it again, yes. I'm reading the YouTube chat. Do you think Ultimatum will be good? Ultimatum is always good. So you can never go wrong with Ultimatum, especially on League Start. It gives you a lot of inscribed Ultimatums with Divine Orbs, and with Divine Orbs you can buy a lot of things on League Start. And Siege Ballista, my starter, can farm Ultimatum on League Start. So in my opinion, one of the best content that you can do on League Start is Ultimatum. Very profitable. Even the Catalyst, if you don't go for inscribed Ultimatums, you can farm Catalyst. They also sell great on League Start. Yes, I said we don't use level 30 precision because it interferes with our other aura setup. So level 30 precision, you get it from Hero's Truth, the amulet, which will be a temporary amulet for League Start, and you don't want to enable the precision aura that you get from that amulet. The reason is simple, it will interfere with your aura setups that you have. So on League Start we use Hero's Truth, after we swap to Astra Ventis. Okay, let's go here. Now it's easy. So I just transition, as you can see, it's easy. We're gonna stay here and we level the gems a little more. So before we continue with the campaign, you need to level the gems more. How you know when to leave? You look here at the gem levels. Explosive Arrow. When you kill Dominus, the final act boss of Act 3, it needs to be level 2. Now it's level 1. So you want to kill Dominus, when Explosive Arrow it's level 2. That's how you know. Yesterday I showcased the build with very cheap items. I did all the content from the Atlas. You might want to check the Twitch VOD. So yesterday with a simple setup like 2 free divines on a 5 link, I did all the content from the Atlas in tier 16. You can check the Twitch VOD from yesterday. I did Breach, I did Legion, I did Ritual, I did Ultimatum, I did Harvest, I did a lot of things yesterday. With very cheap items. On a 5 link too, in tier 16. So you check the Twitch VOD, see how it went. No man, damage is still fine. If you have 90% hit chance, you still have great damage for white maps. You don't care. So just follow the skill tree that I provided because it will fix your accuracy. So Explosive Arrow with 90% hit chance is more than enough. You still kill everything very fast. You really need Purity of Elements because you'll get frozen a lot, you'll get shocked, ignited, etc. Okay, now we can continue with the campaign. We go here and we finish the Act 3. Did you do Expedition? Yeah, Expedition 2, it's easy. But for Expedition you need to read the Remnants. So when you put the explosive, you need to read the modifiers that you detonate. That's the problem. Especially because it's League Start, especially because you're using cheap items, you need to read them. Man, I'm getting so many questions on YouTube and Twitch, I can barely play. While leveling, should I increase precision aura level or keep it level 1? Of course you should level it up. So in the campaign, while leveling, you level the auras up. So clarity and precision, you want to level them up. You don't keep them at level 1. If it was required level 1, I would have mentioned it in the build guide. Since I didn't mention it in the build guide, you need to level it up.
I must have time to gather my will.
So if it was required level 1, I would have specified it in the build guide.
Precisely where he stands.
Yeah, I'm getting too many questions, even on YouTube. As I play, I'm reading the questions, yeah? So here I move and I read the questions. Okay, let's finish the Dominus fight. No, Frauds, don't worry about the questions. Focus on your work, don't focus on the questions.
Beautiful.
I mean, most of the questions are already explained in the build guide. Most of them. So I repeat, you want to engage with Dominus when explosive arrow is level 2. So it's very important here. So I'm gonna kill a little the monsters here so I can level up my gems. Explosive arrow needs to reach level 2 before you kill Dominus.
You've done well. Make your wish. The frogs of today are nothing like the terrors of my...
So I will kill a little here, get more experience for the gems. No, it will not go core in 329, it might go core in the future. So Mirage League will not go core in 329. They made a post about it. But it might go core in the future. Even that belt, you know, we have a shrine belt. That belt, it's a high chance that will return to the game and will be added to the core.
The battle has been won.
Now look, it's level to level 2, now we can kill Dominus. So that's how you know when to finish that. When you have explosive arrow, level to level 2. Now you can do Dominus easy.
I must have time to gather.
This was a good league, by the way. So compared to previous leagues, the Mirage League was not bad. It was actually a good league. Let me put some MTX here. Put a portal too. Put a Ballista skin. Take this one. Man, let me put a finisher effect too. So this is for unique monsters. Now I need for rare monsters. So some finisher effects are for rare monsters, not uniques. This one. So when you kill a rare monster, you have something. Oh, it's terrible. Let me check another one. Let's try this one. Man, my English is not that bad. So for Eastern Europeans, my English is decent. I mean, you can understand what I'm saying. I know that I have an accent, but I cannot change it. But, you know, my English is quite beautiful. I can deliver a message and people understand what I'm saying. Even though I don't have a good accent, but my English is not bad. Remember, if you were born in a country where everyone speaks in English like it's your natural language, it's much easier to speak.
Make your wish.
I must have time to gather my will.
You know, there was a story about Arnold Schwarzenegger when he went to Hollywood. They would not cast him in any movie because of the accent. So initially, when Arnold Schwarzenegger went from Austria to Hollywood, they would not cast him in any movie because of the accent. He said, "Man, you have a heavy accent and you look you look weird." So he talked about his childhood. He said he went from Austria to Hollywood to be cast inside the movie, and that all the directors saying that he has a weird accent and he looks funny. Yeah, he was rejected by many people. And after some time, they started loving his accent. You know, people remember Arnold Schwarzenegger for the particular accent. But initially, when he went to Hollywood, he was rejected by everyone. They said, "You look funny and your accent is shit." Something like that. He was talking about this.
Exile has tested you, my brother. Now let's see what God has to say.
So Arnold Schwarzenegger was a bodybuilder initially. And from bodybuilding, he wanted to pursue a career in acting. You should separate these guys. You will curse with flammability, they will take more damage. So put the totems and you put flammability like this. Yeah, Terminator was the movie, yes, that made it famous.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? Die! The light of divinity! The touch of God! Die!
Okay, we go here.
This world is an illusion, Exile.
How I learned my English, not in school that much, but I worked at a hostel. So like 12 years ago, I was a receptionist in a hostel here in Romania, and I worked for like 4 years. And there I perfected my English. So for a hostel, most of the people that would come were from different countries, and we only speak in English. And I spoke in English like 4 years. And that's how I practice my English. Would you consider playing Explosive Arrow Transfigured Gem if they make one? Depends on the effect. So even for Siege Ballista, they added Siege Ballista of Stratus, it was dog shit. So it depends on the effect that we get. Yeah, we can put this one. So they added a new skill gem, Siege Ballista of Stratus, but it was terrible. The effect that you get is not great. I even tested on standard. Totems attack once, they get unsummoned, and the way you summon them also sucks. It's terrible for mapping. So that skill gem, you cannot do mapping. What is the crystal in your camera? When I have a hobby, I collect crystals, yes. It's an amethyst geode. So this is a geode amethyst. It brings peace and relaxation. Not peace, I mean peace. The feeling of peace. Yeah. So it's well-being, relaxation, and peace. Let's take this node. I have a lot of them. I've shown on stream multiple times I have a lot of crystals in my house. Especially on the hallway and on the bedroom. So in the bedroom where I sleep I have a bunch of them. They are quite large too. I also have plants. On the balcony I have a lot of plants. That's the benefit of living alone, you can do whatever you want. You have radioactive ones? No. I mean, check this one. This is sulfur. Let me see if I can show it on stream. I mean, I can make the webcam bigger, you will see it better. Look, here I have a piece of sulfur. So this is raw sulfur. I need to be careful because it will break very easy. It smells actually. It's yellow a little and it smells. No, don't worry. It's like, you know, rotten eggs. I have it here in front of me. Also have this dildo. This is carniol. It's not a dildo, it's a crystal like a flame. So this is carniol. Here I have pyrite, you know, pyrite. Natural crystal, another one. I have a lot of crystals here. Look, I have malachite. This is malachite, another crystal, it's green. Yeah. This is shungite. I don't know how you spell it in English, shungite. Even here I have a lot of them. Look, I have more. Even here on the table, I forgot that I have them. Here I have a rose quartz ball. Yes, this is the rose quartz ball. I have it here to my left. I even forgot that I have it. And here it's around the table. I mean, just on the table here I have a lot of crystals.
My mana is spent. I must have time to gather.
Yeah, I was passionate about geology. When I was young, I was actually passionate about geology. I was visiting the geology museum quite a lot.
Sorry, God. We must learn not to abuse your creations.
So this is my hobby. I'm collecting crystals and I'm into stones, yeah? Especially crystals. It's my hobby since I was young. You know, it's a good hobby. Some people collect drugs, I collect crystals. It's a much harmless hobby, yeah? So you don't want to collect guns or drugs, you know, better you collect some crystals.
Ready yourself.
I'm doing a lot of damage here. And you need to remember that you have a crafting bench in your hideout. You can use it later too. And check my bow. This is pretty simple. Do I have an alchemy orb? Yes, I have. Let's get some modifiers. I mean, I have some attack speed, fire damage. It's fine. This is an upgrade. Yeah, I am quite tanky. I stood on purpose. See?
You are free now, Vaughn. Go with God. This is neither the time nor the place.
We open. May
When we
fear
do the
not-
first lab, it's a game changer. You get one extra totem and 100% placement speed for the totems. So you place the totems almost instantly and you have one extra totem, which is a lot of damage. So I'm preparing to do the first lab pretty soon. No man, for this build you don't worry too much about the items. So you should focus on life on the gear and some armor and evasion. You don't want energy shield bases. Very simple setup, even in terms of items.
My mana is spent.
So let's go here.
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh, this is from a supporter pack. You know, it just tracks the uniques that I identified. Let me change it actually. I have a better one. No? So you see, when you use a scroll of wisdom, it shows you what you identified. It's nothing incredible. I actually have a better one here. It gives you some fireworks. This one. So when I kill a unique enemy, it will shoot fireworks. It's actually better.
Corruption eats away at the roots of this mountain.
I'm more hyped about the end game. I'm playing on solo self-found so I can do an Atlas progression with you. So the Atlas is locked. I will unlock it step by step and you will see how easy it is.
No soul should suffer as you have.
Fuck this red. Be careful with those spikes. You see, when you kill the unique enemy, it shoots fireworks. Yeah, you should do it. This is a well-tested setup. I played it more than 5 years. You cannot go wrong with it. So you need to realize the more you play a build, the better you get at it. Yeah, the more you perfect it, the better you get at it. And I also tweaked it for new players. You cannot go wrong with it. Are you sometimes in the voice chat on Discord? No, I stopped joining the voice chat. So what's the problem? When I joined the voice chat, other people would join too.
My mana is spent.
Hey, that was the problem. So I would join a voice channel and after 1 hour you have like 10 people in the voice channel, so I stopped joining. You know, I'm streaming a lot, I need to take some breaks for my voice. So I'm speaking a lot, like 5 hours, 10 hours per day on stream. I need to, you know, stop speaking so I can relax my muscles in the voice, yeah? I cannot speak non-stop. So when I close the stream, I take it as an opportunity to relax my voice. I don't want to speak 24 hours a day. Too much.
This land is teetering on the brink of cataclysm.
Yeah, if you speak too much, it will start to hurt. You cannot speak 24 hours a day. Okay. We can do the lab. Let's do it now. I'll take the waypoint and we do the first lab, which is a big damage boost. So here we have a waypoint. Big damage boost first lab. We do it now.
Be well.
Boss, what's your opinion? 4 stones easy with explosive arrow? Maven? No. No, with explosive arrow, if you do Maven, it will suck. So with explosive arrow, you just do Searing Exarch and Eater of Worlds and you stop there. You don't want to do Maven with explosive arrow, it will take forever to kill, even with a 6-link.
The goddess is watching.
Yeah, you do Maven when you switch to Siege Ballista, it will be much faster to kill. Maven it's like 3 times harder than Eater of Worlds and Searing Exarch, 3 times harder. Because you need to know the memory puzzle game and you also need to be careful with the lasers at the end. So it's harder. Plus, when you do Searing Exarch and Eater of Worlds, it will drop with green. The invitation it's with green, which means quest state. So they do less damage and they die faster. So they are easier to kill and they do less damage because it's a green invitation. If you do Maven, it will not drop with green, it's full life. So yeah, it's harder. Casfield, thank you for the sub, man. I hope you have a good evening and a great start on 24th of July. Thank you.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
Okay, let's see how it goes.
Should never be awoken.
I need to change my rings.
You are condemned. Such resilience.
It's not great, it's not bad.
Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
You can practice now if you want. So the Maven invitations in patch 3.28 are cheap. It's the best time to practice. You buy a couple of invitations and you practice the mechanics with the lasers and the memory puzzle game. Because the invitation is like under 10 kills. Best time to practice. So if some of you don't know the mechanics well for Maven, you can practice now because the invitations are very cheap. And if you do too much damage, you remove some support gems. So let's say you have a build now that deals too much damage, you remove a couple of support gems. Instead of 6, you use 3. So you have time to do the mechanics with Maven. No, you remove some support gems, you'll be fine. And if you do shit ton of damage, you stay on 2 support gems.
When the time comes,
or 1 support gem, and you do less damage.
Strikes without hesitation. Slowness led to strength to its devices. Stand your ground.
Yeah. We use this.
Is the champion of second chances.
And this, let's make it magic. Put it here. So what's the plan? Today we finish the campaign, tomorrow we finish the endgame. That's the plan. And because I'm playing on solo self-found, I'll have the Atlas fully locked. So we need to do it step by step. I'm playing on solo self-found. With the explosive arrow, you can actually play on solo self-found. The problem is when I will transition to Siege Ballista, I will migrate the character to League because there are some mandatory uniques. Those uniques are very cheap on League Start, but if you play solo self-found, you might not get all of them. A good way to farm uniques, you can stay with explosive arrow and you farm heist, because those are very common uniques. Yeah.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep. A throne is the most devious trap of them all.
Yeah, it's fun. We curse with flammability, so he takes increased fire damage.
Are you a martyr?
We curse again flammability. Move in circles like this.
You are free.
Okay, let's see what we have.
Before your emperor,
This is the first node, it's quite big. A lot of damage.
of justice, you are worthy.
So now we have 5 totems, 1 extra totem, and I'm placing the totems fast. Almost instantly I place the totems. This is a big change.
Is the ending that we all deserve.
Yeah, what we can take here, let's put some quality on explosive arrow. Let me check the boots. I'm looking for more movement speed. Look, 20, it's great. This is an upgrade. Okay. Now, remember what I told you, if you don't have enough blue sockets, you can use dash because this is a green socket. Let me link it. And when I put dash, I like to link it to second wind. It's much better, dash second wind. Okay, yeah, we can use this one. I need to change my rings, they are terrible. This is better, we're gonna put it here. And I need to change this too. Yeah, see you tomorrow, thank you for dropping by. After the stream, so they reveal the patch notes after the stream. So we're gonna have a reveal stream for like 40 minutes, then we're gonna have an interview with Ziggy D for 1 hour, and after the interview they publish the patch notes. So we're gonna have them tomorrow. Okay,
Don't die.
let's continue. I will start the stream a little later tomorrow, so the reveal will be later, and that's why I will start my stream a little later too. Now I have 5 totems, and I want to summon them fast. This is from the Ascendancy. More totems, the better. Man, I used to have long hair, but now I kept it medium. So it's not very short, it's not very long. So in the past, when I was younger, I had long hair, but now I keep it medium.
Must have time to gather.
I did show a picture with me, no? On stream. 2 weeks ago. It was an older picture, but you get the idea. Let's go here.
People of the gutters, steal your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand.
Let me check the quiver. Man, you have the commands on the screen. Let me check it again. Look, the commands are on the screen. So why you put different commands? Here is the command build. The POB it's inside the build guide.
Welcome to the Grand Arena of Theopolis. It is here.
Maybe I need to put it with caps lock. Give me a second. So people can see it better, I will put it with caps lock.
It is our inspiration that defines us.
Let's write it like this.
Hundreds of warriors tried to lay claim to the same
Okay.
title as I,
Now it's easier to see.
but I defeated them all. Because die a death worthy of applause, gladiator.
Remember, we have 2 dedicated support channels for the build on my Discord and an active community of players that made this build for multiple years. What I recommend is to join. After the reveal stream tomorrow, a lot of people will return to Path of Exile 1. So they will see the reveal stream, they will go crazy, they will return to the game. Tomorrow.
A battle worthy of song. The way
Must have time to gather.
reminds me of how it feels to be possessed with the ideal of victory. Is your passion on this to climb a crown? He cannot defend his crown. Almost adequate.
Okay, it's not squishy. Even in the campaign, this is not squishy.
The mana is spent.
For honor! For glory! They fail. You're no sovereign.
Give our fallen hero.
Okay. I have a quest, I need to return it here.
I am your life. Life will go on.
We have a lot of damage nodes at the bottom. Point blank the keystone. We have 1 extra totem here and 1 extra totem here. That's a lot of damage.
Ta-ta, not a cockroach.
The air here burns with wrath.
Here we go here. So I repeat, if you struggle with blue sockets, you can put dash. Dash, it's a green socket, and this build has a lot of green sockets. If you use dash, I recommend you put second wind, and you can use it 2 times like this, very useful. By the way, if the new league has reward Abyss, know that Siege Ballista, it's very easy to farm Abyss. It's incredible for farming Abyss. Very easy to farm with Siege Ballista. So a lot of people, including me, we are speculating that they will do a rework for the Abyss mechanic in Path of Exile 1. So in the teaser that they did, they put some images from Abyss, similar to Abyss, and they also have the soundtrack from Abyss. So they did a teaser, at the start of the teaser you can hear the soundtrack from Abyss. So that's an indication that they will do something with Abyss. Probably they will copy some ideas from Path of Exile 2 for the Abyss mechanic.
My mana is spent.
What is your desire?
Now the reason I didn't make any videos about this build on YouTube yet, I need to see the patch notes. So I only make videos about the build after I see the patch notes. That's why. Yeah, I'll make multiple videos, multiple reminders and much more, but I need to see the patch notes tomorrow. I simply cannot make a video without seeing the patch notes. Okay, we go here. First with flammability. Let's go and let's finish that. My boys, give me a second, I need to drink some water. Yeah, I'll be back. When I say a second, I mean 30 seconds.
This is perversion.
Okay, I'm back.
My mana is spent.
So between you and me, I got bored of doing the campaign, but I'm really hyped about the endgame. So I will show you how to progress the endgame with the bonus objectives. This will be a fresh Atlas unlocked. So all the Atlas is locked, I need to unlock it.
I am no beast of burden.
Let's check this one. No.
Make your wish.
And I drink regular water, of course. Natural bottled water. Not sparkling, so without... it's not sparkling water, normal. Now at this point it's easy, so what I'm doing here, it's very easy to play. So the moment you transition to explosive arrow, you don't have any issues. It will be easy until we transition to siege ballista, so this is an easy setup that everyone can do. It will only get stronger and stronger, it will get stronger than this.
You see, heretic, my god takes good care of me. Judged that god of yours.
You don't need to rush it. So in the build guide, if you read, I said don't rush the transition to siege ballista. You need to transition when you have everything that I mentioned in the build guide. If you do it earlier, it will suck. Including the gem, it should be level 15 with 20 quality too. So if you rush the transition, it will suck. You don't want to rush it. You stay with explosive arrow until you can transition to siege ballista. Don't rush the transition.
Choose what you wish.
Embrace death, Deirdre, for your flesh was your
Let me tell you another good starter that you can play. It's called Holy Relic by Valor Mage. You might want to check it out. So there is a guy, Valor Mage, plays Holy Relic. It's a good starter, it's a good build. It's a minion build. So Holy Relic, it's a minion build. You might want to check it out too.
Exquisite.
Your God-given talents were wasted, my lad.
Well, I do it because I got bored of the campaign, and that's why I do the Mirage mechanic from time to time. I'm simply bored. So I'm not a speedrunner, I don't try to get the best time possible, and if I feel like doing a Mirage, I will do it.
I shall preserve them for eternity. Lovely material.
So here, while I play, I try to have some fun so I don't get burned out. As I play, I try to have some random fun here and there. No, if you always finish the campaign and you always try to get the best time, it's not fun, man. You need to play very focused. Without breaks, it's stressful. Here, I want to have a little fun.
I must have time.
I actually find myself admiring you in this moment, Templar. You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Rather the hallmark of God, isn't it? Let me show you what a real God can do.
Now, exile! Now, exile!
Remember to curse with flammability. New players forget.
Let us see if you truly understand what it means to be nightmare.
My boy, you should go with Blight. So if you're new to the game, you just do Blight. I consider it very easy for new players. You tell me that you're new to the game, you watch a guide on Blight. I made multiple guides, by the way. So yeah, Blight, it's great for new players. Another great content for new players, it's Heist. So you can run contracts and blueprints in Heist. It's also very easy for new players. So depending what you like, what you see, you can do Heist or Blight. Best content for new players.
Accept the gift of immortality.
No, Path of Exile 2, it's easy, let's be clear. Path of Exile 1, it's a little harder than Path of Exile 2.
Why are you so in love with death?
So yeah, POE 1, it's harder than Path of Exile 2. They try to simplify the game a little so more people can play Path of Exile 2, but Path of Exile 1 it's harder. Even in maps there are much more things that can kill you. Let's take for example Corrupted Bloods from Path of Exile 2 and Corrupted Bloods from Path of Exile 1. Yeah, it's like 3 times more deadly in Path of Exile 1. Okay, here it's a common mistake that a lot of people do. In the build guide I mentioned that you need to use multiple projectiles, but in this quest some guys they take greater multiple. Why? Because they see greater here, more projectiles, they think it's better. No, this is a mistake. So what will happen here if you use it? You will struggle with mana. So it has cost and reservation multiplier 150 And this has cost and reservation 130. If you use greater, you will struggle with mana sustain. When you summon your totems, you will run out of mana very easy. And another problem, it has a lot of reduced projectile damage. So this has 11%, here it has 34%, so you do less damage. Having additional projectiles will not benefit single target damage for explosive arrow. So if you have like 5 projectiles or 200 projectiles, you do the same damage. So you really don't want more projectiles, so please don't put greater. You stick with multiple and this one. You don't use greater, it's a mistake. You will struggle with mana and you do less damage. Let me take this quest here.
The game. Our hopes are with you.
Yeah, it's a common mistake that a lot of Saki boys do. They see greater and they think it's better than normal. Let's go here. Act 5 is very short.
My return marks judgment for those of hollow faith.
Let me try this one. Bro, can you talk about your league start preparation in real life? What do you mean? What do you do? Do you prepare food in advance? Boy, first of all, you need to understand that I live alone. I can do whatever I want. So when I'm hungry, I just make a quick sandwich on League Start. Usually I play more on League Start. So in the first 12 days of a League Start, I stream like 10 hours. I play much more because you experiment with the new content. You really want to play on League Start. It feels better. Also make a lot of coffee. So I tend to drink more coffee and I make a lot of sandwiches because I don't have time to cook. Maybe I'll make an omelette. You know, you take some eggs, you make an omelette and you cook it like in 5 minutes. You really need a girl on your side, trust me. Do we have any girls on chat? Yeah, if we need, come here. Try to make a joke was terrible. Okay, let's continue.
This is neither the time nor the place.
No, if it's League Start, I don't have time to cook. Here you watch the ring that gives you the most resistances on the implicit. Here we have 12, 13 and 15. So I'll take this one.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Let's replace this one here, it's better. Hey, hey, welcome.
My mana is spent.
Again, I find this to be one of the easiest builds that you can play. It's very cheap, Even in the campaign, you will not be squishy, so the defenses are quite good even in the campaign. You just put totems as you move, everything will die. It's tweaked for new players. Everything is done specifically for new players, even for red maps. So the whole progression, it's adapted for new players. If you notice, even in Path of Exile 2, my starters are new player friendly. So when I make a starter build, I don't think about what I want. I think about what the average player needs. So I tweak the starters always for new players. Majority of the players will be casual or new to the game, so I need to tweak my builds for them, especially my league starters. So here I don't think about what I want, I think about what a casual player needs.
You should have kept your eyes on God.
How do you keep yourself safe from the vampires? Well, I lock myself in the house and I have some garlic. I put the crucifix on the wall and I have no problems. So I answered your question.
The last I return home, only to find chaos and blood.
And let me tell you how I view league starters. This is a different discussion. So let's say you want to play a particular build and you need a league starter. Just watch the class. For example, you want to level a Hierophant. You look for any starter and then you transition from that one into the build that you want to play. For example, you want to play a champion build. You can use whatever for the campaign and early maps, maybe even explosive arrow. And from that, you will transition to the build that you want. Yeah. So you look for an endgame build that you want to play, and you take whatever starter you want for that class, particular class. You unlock the bonus objectives from the Atlas, you get some currency, and later you can transition into that build that you want to play. So I think people are stressing too much regarding starters. We have a lot of great starters, literally hundreds of them. The campaign, it's easy, let's be clear. What I'm doing here, it's easy for a lot of builds. This is not hard in general. So most people, when they will play, they will destroy everything in the campaign. Because it's easy, the campaign is very easy. It's all about red maps here. White maps are also easy.
I vowed before my brothers that I would return.
So white maps, the campaign, are extremely easy for a lot of builds. It's all about red maps. When you pick a starter, you need to know how expensive is the build in red maps, how many buttons you will play, what are the defenses, what it can farm. Those are the real questions when you pick a starter. You don't care about the campaign, you don't care about white maps.
Make your wish.
Give me a second, one more. Forgot to do something. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, in the price, you're right. You don't want a build when you want to do red maps. It can be multiple divines like 50 or 100. That's a shit starter. Especially if you're new to the game, you might struggle with currency. So you need to make sure that you have a build that's capable of farming red maps on a budget. We're talking about under 5 divines. If your build is too expensive, you will suffer. You will need to farm essences and beasts in yellow maps, etc. So make sure that your starter is cheap. You don't want to use expensive items on league start. Yeah, that's a good point.
The hour of judgment draws near.
Let's take this one. I'm trying to get a level before I fight the boss. I have an important keystone at the bottom that will give me 30% more damage for free. So I will kill some enemies here just to level up. Let me see what I have in the Mirage.
My mana is spent.
Oh, he's solitary.
Make your wish. Gloves were crucial in my era.
With God. I must have time to gather my will.
So I'll use the same Atlas progression like the last 3 leagues. I will go with Blight. From Blight I will go to Ultimate. That's my plan for making currency on League Start. In addition to that, I will craft a lot of cluster jewels. Crafting cluster jewels on League Start is very profitable. It's also low investment. So low investment too.
I am no beast of burden.
A legendary battle.
No, Shrapnel Ballista is better than Siege Ballista. So Shrapnel Ballista on 100 Diviners beat Siege Ballista on 1 Mirror of Calandra. So if you want to push it, it's not smart to invest too much currency into Siege Ballista. It's not smart because we have Shrapnel Ballista, which is superior to Siege Ballista. So I repeat, Shrapnel on 100 Divines in terms of defenses and damage, it's superior to Siege Ballista on 1 Mirror of Calandra, so it's not smart to push it. I usually tell people to stop around 2000 dexterity and you work your way for Shrapnel or another build. Because it gets expensive and squishy too. If you invest too much currency on Siege Ballista, the build will become squishy, which is another problem. Is there a hardcore viable version for Shrapnel? No. Shrapnel is ultra tanky. If you play careful, you can actually play it on hardcore. But I don't have a version particularly for hardcore, no. I mean, we had a couple of guys that played Shrapnel on hardcore. They used something else to League Start and later they made Shrapnel with the currency that they farmed. And they had a good time in hardcore with Shrapnel Ballista, but not Siege. So if you do Shrapnel Ballista, you can actually play hardcore, but you need to be more careful what you open. Look, I have it. Now let's kill the boss.
The world must be cleansed of impurity,
And so it will. My mana is spent.
Remember to curse with flammability if you have a boss. That's it. By the way, I need to show you something. Many of you don't know. So we have a Wikipedia for Siege Ballista, yeah? Big shout out to Big Cookies. It's his website, but let me show it on stream. So we actually have a Wikipedia for Siege Ballista. One moment. I'll put it now on stream so everyone can see it. I need to switch to browser. 1 second. Go here. So in addition to the build guide that you have here, we also have a Wikipedia. I will advertise it pretty soon. It shows you, I mean, there's a lot of colors you might want to... The build guide is also fine, but this is an extra thing that you have, yeah? So this is for Siege Ballista. It also includes Sharpnel Ballista, yeah? And here is for Explosive Arrow Ballista phase. It tells you the uniques that you can use and some recommendations, yeah? How to craft. Here it's for early Siege Ballista when you transition. It shows you what you need to take. I will still need to check a couple of things. Here it's a middle budget Siege Ballista, yeah? Late Siege if you want to push it further. And here is the transition to Shrapnel Ballista if you want to make it. This is a different build, it's optional, the transition. And yeah, will be more, some commonly, frequently asked questions too, and much more. Here's some frequently asked questions. Yeah, and much more. It's still on the work, it's not yet done, but this is a small Wikipedia with things for Siege Ballista, yeah? No, this is made by Big Cookies, the website is not mine. Just after we finish everything, I will advertise it in a video. So this is early spoilers, let's put it like that. Here you have some strategies for currency making. It's still in the works, it's not done yet. But yeah, I wanted to show it. It's not done yet.
When God has lost his way, the devout must set him back on the path.
It's Big Cookies from the Discord server. So I talked about that. I will make a video about it, and so the guy that made it, it's a moderator from my Discord called Big Cookies. We need to include some currency making strategies that are very easy for Siege Ballista. I mean, Siege Ballista can do everything, but some strategies are easier than others. Will be a section about currency making with Siege Ballista too. This is for new players. Here we need to be careful.
I must have time to gather my will.
What in damnation?
What in damnation have I done?
Here, when you see, even though you don't have a door, you can actually dash here and you will pass to the other way. See? So I don't have a door here, but it's an open space, you can dash. And you can pass on the other way. Could you explain why unique gloves on Siege Ballista provide so much DPS? Yes, it has a modifier. Crim Sorrow, there is a modifier that converts physical damage to cold damage. And all the support gems from the main setup, it's for cold damage. We boost the cold damage elemental attack. So even the physical damage from the bow, so Siege Ballista bow, gives you a lot of physical damage. Oh, and if you use Crim Sorrow, all that physical damage will get converted into cold damage. That's why, the moment you put Crim Sorrow, you do a lot of damage. It's in the build guide. Which bandits do you help? How about reading the build guide, yeah? Let me put it on the stream. So how about reading the build guide? Here is the build guide. You go at the top of the page, you have Pantheon, Ascendancies and Bandits. You click on it and you read it. So here are the Ascendancies that you need to take, and here are the Bandits. Kill all the Bandits. You should start by reading the build guide. Yeah? And you also have the notes when to take the Ascendancy and much more. How to get Farul, Ascendancy and much more. So everything is in the build guide. Let's go back to the game.
Spent.
99% of the questions that I get are already explained in the build guide. 99% of them. I rarely see a question that's not explained already in the build guide. Rarely.
I shall cleanse this place of hallowed legacy.
You cannot do Siege Ballista in Ancestors League. Let's be clear. So why the fuck you do Ancestors? So Ancestors, you don't have the Hierophant Ascendancy. So in Path of Exile 1, most of the builds are regarding a specific ascendancy. For Siege Ballista, it is mandatory to have Hierophant. If you play Ancestors event, you do not have Hierophant. So if you want to do my Siege Ballista build, do not do it on Ancestors because you don't have the Hierophant Ascendancy. So this Ascendancy, you don't have it in the event. You have other Ascendancies. So when you do the first lab, you'll have the surprise that you don't have these nodes here. You have different nodes. So you should do it in Mirage League. So if you want to do a practice run, you do it in Mirage, you don't do it in the Ancestors event because you don't have Hierophant for the Ascendancy, which is a big problem if you want to play this build. So you need to create a new character and you need to do it in the proper league. You need to level another one in Mirage League. So most of the builds in Path of Exile 1 are dependent on the specific Ascendancy class. It's not like you can make it on any Ascendancy. Okay, let's put this. Let's put this here.
I continue to serve as God's instrument.
So Ancestors, it's a special event where you have new Ascendancy classes. You don't have the regular ones that you would typically play in a new league. You don't have them. It was great, but this is better. So this is better than the Ancestral Commander one. This build that I'm making here is superior to Ancestral Commander. Similar in gameplay, but better in all regards.
Your ilk will suffer my wrath for what you have done.
There is another game that I play, but I play it off stream because people don't like it that much. It's called World of Tanks Blitz. Yeah, what I can do, I can stream it on Discord when I play it. Not on Twitch. So on Twitch I want to stick solely to Path of Exile. I don't want to play another game. But I can stream it on Discord when I play it. It's called World of Tanks Blitz. I play it from time to time. Like every 2 days I will play a few matches. So I have to do all again. Ah, you want the mystery box. Then you do my Ancestral Commander build. Give me a second. I'll open my Discord and I'll show you. So here is my Discord server. Here is the event build for ancestors. You do this one, but you don't follow what I'm playing here. You have a POB for this one. Let me see, and the build guy too. The event will end tomorrow, no? You need to rush it today. So this is the build that you'll play in the event. You need to watch this build guide, not Siege Ballista. So this is a different build. Let me give you the link to the build guide. You need to follow this one if you play the Ancestors event. So this is Ancestral Commander for the event. You'll finish the campaign quite easy with it. But you need to follow this build guide. You don't follow the Siege Ballista one. This is a little different. Okay, give me a second. So here is Siege Ballista. This is my regular starter. When we have a new league, this is the build that I will play, Siege Ballista, yeah? When we have an event, I tweak a little different the setup. Like we had the event here with Ancestors, this is the build for the event. So you don't confuse them. If you like to farm Ultimatum and you're doing my Siege Ballista build, you have here what modifiers you should take, what you should avoid, yeah? So for Ultimatum, people fail it because they don't know what to pick. And here I explained what you should pick, what you should avoid. It will make it very easy. You have it in the info channel for Siege Ballista. Okay, let's go back to the game.
My mana is spent.
You don't want flat cold damage, flat lighting damage. We just scale fire damage. And you don't check here the DPS tooltip, this is irrelevant. So what I'm scaling here is not tracked by the DPS tooltip. So you ignore whatever you see here at the DPS tooltip, you ignore because it will not be the reality. It doesn't track. I'm scaling the big explosions at the end, and those are not tracked by the DPS tooltip. For example, if you get added cold damage and lighting damage, it will show you higher DPS, but you don't care about the DPS tooltip for this setup. So don't look at the DPS tooltip. You don't want cold damage, you don't want lighting damage. Let me see if I still have it, 1 second. So on my Discord server, if you scroll down a little, you have I'll prepare a new one for the new league. So here, each league that we have, I make a special category on my Discord server for the Atlas progression and reminders for my league starter with Siege Ballista. And here you have a lot of important reminders even for Explosive Arrow. Let me make it public. I mean, I think it's public. I'm preparing a new channel. I will make it after the reveal stream tomorrow. Very useful. Yeah, a lot of reminders and a lot of good stuff, even for Explosive Arrow. Here is very important to not rush the Siege Ballista transition. You can stay longer with Explosive Arrow too. You might want to check it out. What is your favorite MTX for Ballista? For Siege Ballista, I like this one with Tiki Totems. When I play Shrapnel Ballista, I like the other one with Dragon Totems, this one. So when I play Shrapnel Ballista, I like this one. If I play Siege Ballista, I like this one. But again, this is personal preference. So this I like for Siege Ballista. We have a lot of skins for totems. It comes down to what you enjoy, not what I like. I think we have 10 skins for totems. Okay, let's kill Kitava. We return the quest and we kill it. The fuck? I think we have some problems with the server. Yeah, these are problems from the server, not from my computer. I have a really fast computer. Yeah, it's from the server, like I told you. Okay, let's log in back.
Thank you.
We can take
You
this one.
deserve once not. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Put my orbs here.
Unlike some, I think. Farewell.
We're behind. Good luck out there.
No. Let me check the jewel. No. Go here. This will give me one extra totem, which is a lot. A lot of extra damage. The more totems you have, the more damage you do. Let's finish it.
I must have time to gather. There is always hope.
Actually, after the stream, I will start preparing the reminder video for my starter, but we need to see the patch notes. So after the reveal, I will publish the video. The reminder video, I do it for people that are new to the build, are new to my channel, they don't know about Siege Ballista. Everything will be in that video. First we see the patch notes, then I'll make the reminder video. I will publish it after. Yeah, we will see tomorrow. I mean, the build is not broken, we're not using unintended mechanics, it's fine. It's not like kinetic fusilage where you get your power from the skill gem. Here you need to do some tweaks, you need to use certain items, certain combinations to do the damage. So, again, the build it's not broken, I'm not using unintended mechanics, we do 11 million DPS, which we have other builds that do much more, it's fine. And also GGG wants build diversity, they encourage people playing different builds, that's why the game is fun. You don't have everyone playing the same build. So I'm telling you, it's fine. The problem is we can get some indirect nerfs or indirect buffs. The biggest indirect nerf that we got, it's like 5 leagues ago. We had here a very powerful node for totems in this location. So each totem that I summoned would give me a lot of armor. So the build used to be extremely tanky, but they removed it. It's called Ironwood. So there was a notable here Ironwood, they moved it to the top and they reworked it. So Ironwood was at the bottom with a different effect. This one was at the bottom, it would give you armor for each totem that you have, and we had a lot of totems, meaning that you got a lot of armor for free. This was one of the biggest nerfs that they did to the build. Yeah, that's why I'm crafting that rare body armor to mitigate the downside of not having armor. So later we're gonna swap to that rare body from the build guide and it will become tanky the build. Another indirect nerf that happened is they remove Awakened Gems from the game. So Awakened Cold Damage was giving us a lot of flat cold damage and we lost like 2 million DPS. So they removed recently Awakened Gems from the game and we lost 2 million DPS. This was an indirect nerf that happened. The build is still very strong, but I'm telling you that it was stronger in the past. So Siege Ballista used to be way stronger in the past, now it's still fine, but it was way stronger in the past. So they have no reason to nerf it, that's what I'm telling you. Also, I think less than 1% of the players play Siege Ballista. So most players, they do meta builds. Not Siege Ballista. So they go on POE Ninja, whatever it's trending, they will make that build. This is an off meta build when I will transition to it. Yeah, I like it. This is very clean. So this is Sticky Totem MTX. It's very clean. I like it. Okay, done.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Has my faith truly been alive? My God.
Remember.
Act 6.
This is neither the time.
The thing that I like about Path of Exile 1, the loading screens are almost instant. In Path of Exile 2, I need to wait like 5 seconds. 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Here it's instant. It's like 1 second, 2 seconds. They load much faster.
Here I was born anew. It is my honor to cleanse it of evil.
So you have a way faster loading screens, which it's big.
I must have time to gather.
You there, local. Come.
My mana is spent.
What do you farm with this in maps? Well, after I finish the campaign, I will go initially with Blight. From Blight, I will transition to Ultimatum. So from Blight, I swap to Ultimatum. But for white maps, yellow maps, we do Blight, then we transition to Ultimatum. If you don't like it, you can do whatever. So Siege Ballista can do all the content. If you check the Twitch vote from yesterday, I showcased the build. In tier 16, all the content from the Atlas with very cheap items on a 5 link. So check the stream that I did yesterday. I did the Legion, I did the Ritual, I did Ultimatum, Breach. I did a lot of things yesterday. With cheap items in tier 16.
You there, local. Come.
And Blight, it's also fun. It's great for new players too. Now I have 1 extra totem, 6. Look, 6 totems. Then you're like trying to find reasons why not to play it. So you're not putting the wrong... You're starting with the wrong question. So I told you it's still very powerful. I just said that in the past Siege Ballista was way powerful than this. It's still very strong. If you don't believe me, check the stream that I did yesterday. So yesterday I took the build with very cheap items, I showcased it on stream, all the content from the Atlas. In tier 16, with around 3 Divine Orbs budget on a 5 link. So check the stream from yesterday and you can see it for yourself how it went. Okay. Oh, this is great. We have life all resistances and the chaos resistance on the implicit. I love it. Let's take this too. Really good ring here, and we can also craft something with the bench. Speaking of the bench, let's go now and craft something. After this quest, I will craft something.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yeah, they have some problems with the servers, you see. I try to teleport and it doesn't work. So this is from their servers. So something is happening now with the servers. And I did it many times, the craft. It's very easy. You buy the cluster jewel item level 68, you put orb of alteration and you spam it until you get sleepless sentries. That's the craft. So you buy a medium cluster jewel, item level 68 with totem damage, you make it magic and you spam orb of alteration until you get sleepless sentries the notable. That's the craft. It's very easy and very cheap to craft. Yeah, look, I have a problem here. They have problems with the servers, yeah? Let me try to reload, maybe it will work. The fuck? Oh. Man, the game got stuck or something. I tried to reload to lobby and it still doesn't work. In worst case scenario, I will just close the client and I will reopen the game. Let me do it right now. So they have some server problems. Okay, let me return the quest.
While you, Simon Tide, waits for no man.
Let's visit the crafting bench and we can put something on my gear. Crafting bench, it's optional. Here we can put some life. Here we can put elemental damage with attacks. Great ring, by the way. Let me check my resistances. Here I can put some lighting resistance. This one. I remind you, I'm playing on solo self-found here. And the rest I will just upgrade them. Let's continue. So here I'm playing on solo self-found.
Farewell.
Farewell. I return to exile, humble and shaken.
Approach. Choose what you wish.
Come here, quickly. Ah, good to
How about opening the build guide? At the top of the build guide, I explained what you can farm, what you cannot farm, on what budget, and what you can do later. So you open the build guide. At the top of the build guide, I explained what this build can do, what it cannot do, and much more. So it's at the top of the page, on the main page on the build guide.
Must have time to gather my will.
Here, because I'm playing solo self-found, I will actually visit the tattoo island. So here it's an island where you get a free tattoo. Usually I take it. If it's league start, I will take it. So let's see what I get. Here it's an island. Oh, it's actually a good one. So this one gives me chaos resistance. It's actually not bad. So you should always check this island. If it's League Star, there are a couple of tattoos like Chance to Ignite, for example, which are expensive on League Star. You can make some extra chaos early on. So you have an island here, you always want to check it. Check this amulet. If you don't like it, you can use the chaos orb. Now, because I'm playing solo self-found, I don't care about chaos, so I will roll it. Look, this is useful. For example, I have some resistances. And I can craft life? No, I can craft, yes. This is better.
It seems I am but a pawn in a clash of gods.
See what I can take. We go here now. We take this one. That's another totem.
My mana is spent. Must have time to gather my will.
So again, I'm more hyped about the end game. After I finish the campaign, I will show you how I will unlock my Atlas node by node. The campaign between you and me, I got bored of it. I did the campaign so many times, it's really boring for me. But after I finish the campaign, I will show you my Atlas progression for 329, and I'm more hyped about that. I also decided to do this run in solo self-found. Usually I play in trade. So this will be an exception. I will play on solo self-found here. So I cannot trade. Yeah, usually I showcase in trade, but now let's do an exception.
Ready. What is your desire?
Well, let me actually take it.
Choose.
So it gives me rare helmets, and my helmet is pretty shit. Maybe I find an update. How hard is to find a Quill Rain in solo self-hunt? It's easy as fuck. You do a ritual, in 10 maps you get your Quill Rain. Quill Rain, it's a very common unique. Until I get a Quill Rain, I will just play with a rare bow. Quill Rain, you find it everywhere. Even if you do heist, for example, you can get a Quill Rain. Now I need the colors.
You fight like a decad.
I actually think even the ritual it's easy to get a Quill Rain. There is a ritual variation with unique items, and Quill Rain is very common, it appears very often in a ritual. I can also get a Quill Rain while I do blighted maps. There are some special chests that gives you uniques, and because Quill Rain is so common, you can find it in blighted maps.
Has returned to this place of despair. My mana is spent. I must have time to gather.
Yeah. Whoa.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
Remember, if you're playing Explosive Arrow, you don't want the red quiver. So this gives you on the implicit pierce. If you have pierce effects for Explosive Arrow, you do close to 0 damage. So you cannot stack the arrows on the target because the arrows will pass through the target. You don't want the red quiver. So remember this skin on the quiver. If you have this quiver, you'll have 0 damage on Explosive Arrow. Close to 0. It's in the build guide, by the way. That quiver, it's also very common in the campaign. You will find it very often. That's another common mistake that new players complain. That's why you need to read the build guide. There are some common mistakes there, and you need to know them. You can take a mastery here. So I have a chance to summon 2 totems instead of 1. It will be faster to summon my totems. Now here I have Tuition and I want to do it. Again, I'm playing solo self-found, so let's do it.
Shall we?
What is your desire? There is worth to be found even in
I don't want to speedrun, I want to enjoy now the campaign. I'm playing normally.
Over here.
Take this one. We do it.
My mana is spent.
Yeah. Whoa, I'm frozen. I was frozen. You know, expedition can be very deadly. And here I didn't read the remnants, I just took all of them. This we can take. I like the cannot be frozen, that's why. Let me use it. I need to green. So I'm playing why I'm playing solo self-found here. If I play regular Mirage, I already have the Atlas fully unlocked. Yeah. If I play solo self-found, the moment I finish the campaign, the Atlas is locked. I want to show you the progression and how you should unlock your Atlas, that's why. You can stay with Explosive Arrow without problems until red maps. But the idea is I want to show you how I will unlock my Atlas. Just with plum ability, you have a boss, yeah?
Our final crusade sees its first triumph. Must have time to gather. My mana is spent.
Maybe use this one. This I want to check. So this bow has on the implicit elemental damage with attacks, which will benefit my build. Let's see the modifiers. Physical damage is useless actually, it will not benefit my build, so I will drop it. This is better what I have. I have some attack speed and fire damage.
You're tortured and twisted goatmen.
If you want to hear the music, I have a bunch of songs on my other channel. Let me give you the other channel. Take the twist shot. So I have a couple of songs on my other channel. Let's go here.
Had you not barred the way the first time, Piety, things might have turned out differently.
So it's speculated that we're gonna have an Abyss rework in patch 329, yeah? If that's the case, Siege Ballista, it's incredible for farming Abyss. It's very easy to do Abyss with Siege Ballista, very, very easy. So I really hope that that's the case.
I must have time to gather. My mana is spent.
No, you know, Abyss in Path of Exile 2 it feels better than Path of Exile 1, so I would not be upset if they get inspiration from Path of Exile 2. So the current Abyss that we have in Path of Exile 2 feels better than the Abyss from Path of Exile 1, so I would be actually happy if they get some inspiration from Path of Exile 2. Let me put a slump here. Exalted Orbs are very common, yeah, that's why. They made it very common. So the thing that I like the most, it has interaction with essences and other content. Rogue Exiles, for example, if you kill an essence next to an Abyss, you can do it one more time. If you kill a Rogue Exile next to an Abyss, it will get an empowered Rogue Exile. So this is a feature that I like, for example. Also, the Abyssal Depths, it feels better in Path of Exile 2. The only time I made a custom loot filter was in Affliction League. You don't need a special loot filter, man. You use the default one from Neversink, it's more than enough. When you do the campaign, you put semi-strict. When you finish the campaign, you put strict. When you reach red maps, you put very strict. When you get rich, you put uber strict, and that's it. You don't need a... and it's always up to date, it's more than enough. So in Affliction League, I had to make my own loot filter because it was an exception, but... the filter blade from Neversink, it's more than enough. You don't need to exaggerate.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Good.
Let's take this one.
Another. Stay sharp out there.
Do I? I'll be here when you need me.
We go here, take this, this, and this. Then I need one more point. Yeah, if you need some dexterity temporarily when you swap to explosive arrow, you can take this. Later you will drop it, because you have a lot of dexterity nodes here, small ones. But when you transition from Holy Flame Totem to explosive arrow, if you require more dexterity to use a bow, you can temporarily take this node. Yeah, and you will drop it later.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Let's continue.
My mana is spent.
Again, because I'm playing solo self-found, I will interact with some of the mechanics even in the campaign.
You did it.
No, I don't care about the time.
I can destroy this rift. I just need time. Defend me while I focus my will.
Which actually gives you a lot of experience. Drella, I'm bored as fuck. So I did the campaign so many times, for me it's boring. What I really want to do here is to reach the end game and showcase the progression there. It's much more enjoyable. So I'm a little afraid if I do the campaign too many times, I will get burned out. So I'm doing here showcase runs so people can see this is great in the campaign. But if I do the campaign too many times, I will get burned out, you know, before the league starts. That's my fear. Let me read it, boss. Last league I started farming ritual and got nothing expensive. I'm thinking to start legion in maps. You should go with ultimatum. So instead of ritual, you will go with ultimatum this time. First you go with blight. You get your initial currency upgrades. From blight you will transition to ultimatum. If you do my siege ballista build, can do ultimatum on easy mode. So I would recommend ultimatum. It's better than ritual. Ritual without the scarabs is not profitable. To make profit with ritual, you need to use the scarabs. Selectiveness and abundance. If you don't have those scarabs, it will not be profitable. Ultimatum, you can make profit even without scarabs, let's be clear. Even the catalysts, they sell well on League. You can also go with Breach if you want. In my opinion, Breach is superior to Legion for League Start. Because you have the Genesis 3, you can get Mysterious Home Gifts that can give you level 20 to 120 support gems and skill gems. Those are very expensive on League Start, like 1 free Diviners. So yeah, I would go with Breach over Legion. Legion is shit. Legion on League Start, in my opinion, it's a shit content that you can pick. Breach is way superior for League Start. No, it's not just power leveling. The Genesis 3 is very powerful. So the Genesis 3 in Path of Exile 1, it's better and more rewarding than Genesis 3 from Path of Exile 2. It's way better. In terms of rewards that you get much more expensive things in Path of Exile 1 from the Genesis 3. Oh, you're right. So I can use Ancient Wound Gifts from Breach and can give me a Quill Rain. Even though it's corrupted, it's still a Quill Rain. Yeah, I can get my Quill Rain from the Breach mechanic, you're right. I mean, I actually missed something here. Something cool. Oh, it looks like shit. It looks fine.
My mana is spent.
Now we get 7 totems. So now I summon 7. More totems, more damage. Oh, this is better, I love it. So this one I really like it. Yeah, this is better. Can Siege Ballista do Uber Lab invitations day 2 free? If by Uber Lab you mean regular gift to the goddess, yes, you can do it yourself. If you mean gift to the goddess or those special ones, no. So if you're referring to the regular one with gift to the goddess, so you have area level 75 lab, you can do without problems. If you're referring to the gift of the goddess, those special invitations, no. I'm answering on YouTube. So you can get all the ascendancy points yourself, you don't need carry. So all 8 you can farm it yourself, it's very easy with this build. So I don't know what you mean by that. We usually call Uber Lab that one, area level 75, for the last ascendancy points.
Right.
That's Uber Lab.
Lord of Light, hold back the sea, so that I may slay its pretender king.
Hey, 1 second, someone is at my door. Give me a second. Someone is knocking on my door. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Was the neighbor, yes. So my ringer, it doesn't work. You know, usually I would have a ring, but they are knocking at the door because my ringer doesn't work. How you call it, man, in English? So when you have a door, you need to press something. How you call it in English? And it will start ringing. How you call it? And that's why they are knocking, because my ringer stopped working. Doorbell. Yeah, doorbell, sorry. So my doorbell doesn't work anymore, that's why they are knocking on the door. I need to change it.
So strong, so dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day.
I mean, this is better. I have a lot of life here.
We are both so touched by your generosity.
Yeah, I think I will buy a portable one. I've seen it on Temu. So there are some doorbells with batteries. You don't need to change the entire... There are some doorbells with batteries that you can use wireless. I've seen it with Bluetooth or something. They are not expensive, by the way. Do you know about Temu that it no longer provides free shipping? So Temu, a lot of people prefer Temu because when you order a product from Temu, they will deliver it for free, without fees. You know, without taxes, extra taxes for the, you know, logistics. Now you need to pay, and you pay a lot actually, like $20 or more. So Temu, it's no longer good for my country, for example. I need to pay like $25 for a large order. It's no longer free. So it used to be free. When you order something from Temu, it with free shipping. Now you have extra taxes that they added. So I will stop buying from Temu. You know, usually new players, when they see a unique flask, they try to use it, stay away from them. So if you drop a unique flask in the campaign, all of them are garbage. Using a magic flask like this are superior. So I don't recommend using any unique flask in the campaign. All of them will be shit.
I accept this gift. Hold on. As always, keep your
No, I don't use Amazon. The reason I was using Temu because the products were very cheap. So number one reason why I was using Temu a lot, it's for the prices, very cheap prices, that's why. Also free shipping. On Amazon it's much more expensive, it's like double the price. Yeah, people ask me why I like Temu, because the products, most of them are very cheap. But now we no longer have free shipping, so I will stay away from Temu. To get an idea how great is the build, you can do Simulacrum. So with my other build, which is similar to this one, you can farm Simulacrum. And Simulacrum in Path of Exile 1, it's harder than Path of Exile 2, much more harder to farm. In Path of Exile 2, it's easy. If you want to do Simulacrum, a lot of builds can do it. So what I really want to show everyone is the end game, how to unlock the Atlas. This is what I want to showcase. The build you've seen already, it's great. What I'm using here, just some rare items, it's great. I will transition to Siege Ballista later in red maps. Until then, we're gonna stay with this setup. So until I reach red maps, we're gonna stay with Explosive Arrow. Then we transition to Siege Ballista. But I want to show you the progression for the Atlas. That's what I really want to do here. We can take Taunt here. So taunt, it's like a small defensive layer. They will deal less damage to us. Man, not all the products from Temu are bad. Some of them are really good. So some products from Temu are incredible. For example, art decorations. Let me give you an example. So you see I have a painting here with Marcus Aurelius. This is from Temu. So this I got it from Temu. It looks incredible. Here it's another one from Temu, yeah? So the quality, it's incredible. And I paid a little for it. So this is framed in wood. Yeah, so here you have wooden frames. And I paid like $10 or something. I think $8 actually, it was on discount. So I got it from Temu. Here it's another one, also from Temu. Yeah, so depends what you buy. I'm usually reading the comments, yeah, and see some reviews from other buyers that bought it. I bought a couple of things from Temu, which looks incredible. Let me keep this one now. So I changed the painting.
My mana is spent.
Depends what you buy. From Temu, I would not buy electronics. So most of the electronics that I bought from Temu, they were faulty. They got broken after a couple of weeks. So I would suggest you stay away from electronics. You can buy any other thing, but not electronics and not food items. Nothing regarding food. You don't want food and you don't want electronics from Temu. If you order food, maybe you get poisoned. You find yourself in the hospital. Here I have the lab. I need to do it. I have a lab trial. Yeah.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
A vision of dreams, ephemeral. Hello there.
Oh, I will die here. Yeah.
My mana is spent.
So I got frozen and I had detonation for the corpses and somehow I survived, but many times you will die.
Choose what you wish.
So the strong box will freeze you, then will detonate the corpses. Many times you will die.
Hello to you, great dreamer. We have
A veil of lies and dreams draws itself over my sight.
many times have you reached level 100? A lot of times. Should I show you? Let's show you. I have the portal there. Let's go on standard. I actually deleted a couple of level 100. So I have a lot of 100 because I've been playing this game a long time. 100 everywhere. Also a lot of Hiero fans, yeah? Sometimes I'm out of character slots and I need to delete, and because I have so many level 100, I will simply delete one from here. Yeah, so again, I'm out of character slots and I need to delete one. And usually I delete level 100 because it's easy for me. Even in Mirage level 100, this is page 328, and the Ancestors event, we had a short event not too long ago, again level 100. So it's not that easy. It's not that hard to reach level 100. In Path of Exile 2, it's much harder to reach 100, but in Path of Exile 1, it's easy, everyone can reach it. So reaching 100 in Path of Exile 1, it's not hard. Reaching 100 in Path of Exile 2, it's way harder. How many mirrors you have on standard? Probably more than 30. So in all my stash tabs combined, I have more than 30. The problem is I don't play standard. So I don't play standard. I use standard just to test builds. When I make an expensive build, I will first test it on standard. Then I will play it on League. Nobody plays standard. So even though I have mirrors on standard, I have no use for them. So I have nothing to do with the mirrors. They're just sitting there. Man, I'm doing fine. Welcome. Thank you for dropping by. I'm showcasing the campaign progression one more time. So this is another Templar that I level up now, just to show the campaign one more time. And I'm playing it on solo self-found this time. So probably I will not have a quill rain this time. No quill rain. Still a lot of damage. Now I want to talk a little about something. Why I don't have elemental equilibrium. First of all, I do a lot of damage, as you can see. I don't have elemental equilibrium, but I want to show you something. So here we have a keystone, elemental equilibrium. It will give you fire exposure. The problem is it's conditional. And if you're on League Start, you will upgrade your items as you level up. So as you level up, you pick a new quiver, a new bow, a new ring, a new glove, etc. And each time that you pick, you waste a lot of time calibrating for elemental equilibrium. And this is confusing for new players. And I promise this is a new player friendly setup, and this keystone is not for new players. So they waste a lot of time. Each time when they pick an item from the ground, they need to calibrate it. And because I promise this is 100% new player friendly, I had to drop elemental equilibrium. So if you take elemental equilibrium, you get fire exposure, you do much more damage. But I'm already doing shit ton of damage. So you don't need it. And I had to drop it simply because in the campaign, you always change your items. As you level up, you pick new rings, new gloves, new weapon, new quiver. And yeah. So it's easier for new players. Damage is more than enough. So my damage here is more than enough. I'm looking for movement speed. Look, I have this, I didn't took it. It's too stressful. If someone just came to Path of Exile 1, having to watch all the items for cold damage and lighting damage is very stressful. And I mentioned that this is 100% new player friendly, so I need to avoid elemental overload. I mean, sorry, elemental equilibrium. This one. That's why I didn't took it, because new players will have a bad time with that keystone. Okay, let's see. We go here. You know, you have a POB with the skill nodes that you need to allocate. Here I'm doing from memory. But you have a POB and you know what nodes to allocate. Yeah, I enjoy the gorilla build. The problem is I also use some expensive items, but it's also viable for league start. I still prefer my Warbringer build simply because it's very cheap, man. You can make it for under 1 divine and it can do waste on 16. It's also very tanky for that budget. So I still prefer my Warbringer build. It can do waste on 16 maps under 1 divine while remaining tanky. So great defense is on extreme budget. I prefer it. If something happens to my Warbringer build, then I will for sure test the Gorilla build. Because it's lazy. I like lazy builds and the Gorilla build looks pretty lazy. You don't need to press anything actually. Why is Grenadier important? So with my Warbringer build, when you summon the totem, it will attack 1 time and then it will stop attacking. If you take Grenadier, they will attack 2 times, which will make it easier for bossing, for example. You don't need to summon the totems all the times, they will attack 2 times, you have more time to dodge their attacks. You know, deadly mechanics, you have more time to dodge. Also mapping, it makes it more enjoyable. You don't need to stress yourself to resummon the totems all the time. So without Grenadier, the totem will attack 1 time, then it will stop. If you take Grenadier, it will attack 2 times, then will stop. So they attack 1 more time per totem, and this will give you a lot of time to dodge mechanics from bosses, for example. It makes bossing way easier.
The former is wisdom, the latter
That's why.
is fear.
I think it's in the build guide, I talked about it, no? With the gold that you have, you can gamble more body armors for better modifiers, or who knows, maybe even a 5-link. Later in the acts. You know, starting act 7, you can try to gamble, maybe get a 5. Let me check something here. We have tiers for this one. This is better. Fun fact here, you can actually do till 16 on Explosive Arrow. So there is no reason to rush the Siege Ballista transition, you can do it later. So this setup with Explosive Arrow with direct hit damage, you can actually farm till 16 without problems, even Ultimatum. So some people, they rush for some reason to transition to Siege Ballista, you don't want to rush it. You can stay longer with Explosive Arrow, get everything that you need, then you swap to Siege Ballista. If you get a 6-link with Explosive Arrow, you'll do plenty of damage, even in tier 16. It's made with artificial intelligence and I remix it in FL Studio, so yeah, it's made by me, you will not find it anywhere. I didn't pay for it, I made it myself. It's very easy to make music with artificial intelligence, I think everyone can make it. But after I generate a soundtrack, I will remix it a little in FL Studio. So you know, I know how to make music, I've shown multiple times. I'm talking about music from scratch, not with artificial intelligence. Suno. But you know, even with artificial intelligence, you need to have some skill. So if you give AI to multiple guys, not all of them will make quality music. So you need to have some ear for music. You need to listen. Some songs are cheesy. They're, you know, pretty childish, etc. You need some skill in order to, for the ears. You need to have musical ear for the sound. Yeah. So not everyone can make great music with artificial intelligence. Most of them will be, you know, trollish, fun, childish, etc. But to make good songs, you need to have an ear for music. So not everyone can make good songs even with artificial intelligence. By the way, fun fact, all the music that you hear now on the background was made by me with artificial intelligence. All of the songs. And in my opinion, it sounds pretty good. So all of the songs that you hear on the background are made by me with IE and FL Studio. Yeah. So you need to have some taste in music and you need to have a musical ear too. Because you can make some artificial intelligence garbage. And I don't like garbage. Yeah, tomorrow. Welcome back, Johnny Bravo. I will stream it. So we're gonna see the reveal together and then we're gonna watch a little the Ziggy D interview and we wait for the patch notes. So I'll be online tomorrow.
Must have time to gather my will.
You need to put the totems closer to the boss, they will do 30% more damage. So we have point blank here. When you have a boss, you always put the totems very close to the boss, they do more damage. Let's go here. This is better, I have more movement speed. I need to use them. I need to change the colors too. No, if I don't have a Quillering, I will not take it. Actually, we can take it actually. So even without a Quillering, I would still take this Mastery, and I will show you why in a second. Thank you for the sub, man. Keep Dust 880. Thank you for the sub. I hope you have a good evening and a good league start on 24th of July. Thank you, man. So we have here a node that gives you 20 projectile speed. And you have here another node that gives you 20 projectile speed. In addition to that, you can get projectile speed on the quiver. You can find the quiver with projectile speed too. So because of that, I would still take this Mastery. Anyway, I need to go here, get one extra arrow. And why not? For one extra point, you get benefit from this node, and you can get projectile speed on the quiver too. Boss, again, thank you for the sub, man, and welcome.
I must have time to gather my will.
So I will still take that Mastery even without a Quillering. I'm playing solo self-found, this is different. So here I'm playing on solo self-found, I cannot buy a skirmish. So if I don't drop a skirmish, I will use a rare quiver instead, yeah? If I drop a skirmish, I will use it. If I don't drop it, I will use a rare bow and a rare quiver. Ah, only start, of course. Only start, you need to use a skirmish and quill rain, but here I'm playing solo self-found. So to make things a little more interesting, because I got bored with the campaign, I decided to go solo self-found now. It's still fine. I mean, the build is great even on solo self-found. Man, quill rain is cheap. You can buy it directly. It's like 2 chaos, 3 chaos, very cheap. Bowie drops everywhere. It's not a problem to get one. You can get it even on day 1. In the campaign, you will get multiple chaos. We have a tanky version of the build. It's called Shrapnel Ballista. Check the twist shot. Check build number 2, Shrapnel Ballista. That's ultra tanky. That's the tanky version of the build. Very, very tanky build. Also more damage. So check the twist shot, yeah? And check build number 2. Also, when the build is fully done, it will become tanky too. So Siege Ballista, when you finalize the build, as I said in the build guide, it should be very tanky. It will not be squishy. But if it's league start, you need to play more careful until you get your upgrades. So little by little, you will upgrade the build, and when you finalize, it will be tanky. You're the Saki boy, not me. You come on my Twitch to ask me if I'm a Saki boy, you're the Saki boy. So don't ask POEGuy. I'm, of course, you're the Saki boy. I'm not a Saki boy. I teach you how not to be a Saki boy. So don't ask me that.
Approach, challenger.
Even this build, initially I did it in a certain way, but I had to tweak it for new players. So this is a Saki boy build. If you suck at the game, you make this build, you have a good time. I tweaked it for new players.
My mana is spent.
So if you never played Path of Exile 1 before, you make this build, you have a good time. But you need to read the build guide. That's the problem. You need to read the build guide. Takes you 7 minutes.
I bear witness to a miracle.
Here we go, take this one. And it's easy. In Act 8, you can do the second lab, which will give you even more damage. So second lab will give you even more damage. Amadan 001 boss, thank you for the love. I hope you have a good evening and a good league start on 24. Thank you for the support. Thank you, man. No, I didn't see Piranim lately, so for the last 7 days Piranim was not around. Probably, you know, sometimes we're busy with life. I fully understand. So sometimes life hits us and we have some chores that we need to do. I didn't see Piranim for the last 7 days. Hope everything is okay. Also, I don't want to stress the moderators too much. I think you will play the new league. So each time when you have a new league, people will return back. Here you can put blink arrow if you want. So here we have a gap. If you try to use dash, it will not work. You can put blink arrow. But I'm too lazy to take it, so I will go the other way around. So blink arrow will allow you to traverse long distances. Man, you're not putting the right question. If you find Nameless Seer on dunes, you don't have great divination cards. So that's not how scrying works. So you found Nameless Seer on dunes, and you don't have great divination cards on dunes, so doesn't matter. It's a waste anyway. You don't scry anything. So you want to scry good maps with expensive divination cards like Defile Cathedral or what else can I say? Brand? Crimson Township, it's another good one. It can give you that card. I forgot the name. Which is very expensive. It gives you original scripture. No man, the Fortunate, you can drop it from so many maps. It's not great. You want to scry expensive divination cards. You know, something expensive. Damnation. Yeah, Damnation is the card. So in Crimson Township, you have a divination card for Damnation, which is very expensive. More expensive than Apothecary. No, it drops everywhere, not just from the map boss. So people got Damnation even from strong boxes in regular strong box, not diviner. Yeah, something like that. You want to do a map with an expensive divination card, and that's what you want to scry on dunes. So you do the other way around. Defile Cathedral, for example, it can give you Apothecary for Mageblood. That's a good divination card that you want to scry. So you do Defile Cathedral until you find a Nameless Seer, then you will scry it on dunes because it has a better layout. And now you can drop the Apothecary while you farm dunes. That's how you want to do it. Let me show you a secret here, which can give you some early currency on League Start. So you can get an easy blueprint, a contract and a blueprint if you're lucky that you can sell. If you get a blueprint, you can sell it. So you follow the wall and will be a switch here. And here, if you're lucky, you can get a blueprint that you can sell for like 3 kills on League Start. So if you're lucky, you also get a blueprint that you can sell. And that blueprint you can sell 3-4 kills on League Start.
My mana is spent.
It takes you like 10 seconds to check. My boy, if you watch the stream, you will see me taking a lot of breaks. I even had a courier. I take a break. I explained at the start. I opened the build guide and we talked a little. I also did the Mirage mechanics so many times. So even though the stream is for 5 hours, probably more than 1 hour, I didn't play. So I had the build guide on the screen. We talked about multiple things. I had some breaks with the courier and much more. I also did the Mirage mechanic like 10 times at least. So I'm not speed rushing. I don't like to speed run. I'm playing relaxed here. So I'm not trying to get a good time. I'm playing quite slow. I'm playing normally, I mean. I don't play slow. But I also did a lot of breaks on stream. You can see the Twitch volume. So even though the stream started 5 hours ago, 1 hour, more than 1 hour, I had stops on stream. Yeah. So there are people that are obsessed with getting the best time. I don't care about that. I play normally. Here we can put this one. Gives me more movement speed.
Good. What is it?
Greek.
To make some space here, yeah? Check the visual.
Good luck to you.
Here, we need to return the quest. Let's return.
This is neither the
And by the way, you don't judge a league starter based on the campaign time. What matters? When you pick the league starter, you should focus on the end game. So you want a build that is cheap in red maps, especially tier 16. You want a build that is not squishy in red maps, especially tier 16. If you get one shot, it's a shit build in my opinion. You want a build where you don't press a lot of buttons. There are some builds in tier 16 you need to press like 5 buttons. It's not fun to play, it's shit. In my opinion, you want the build that can farm multiple content. So you need to put the right questions. It's not about the campaign, you fuck the campaign. Eventually you will finish it. So new players that are new to the game, they pay too much attention to the campaign. That's irrelevant. So what you look for in a starter? Tier 16? Cheap build, tanky build, can do multiple content, and these are the questions that you need to ask. This is what really matters for a starter.
Turn your one. Yes, there's an.
So yeah, put the right questions. Here we can craft movement speed. So what's matters? After you finish the campaign, you need to get the bonus objectives and you need to make your initial currency. That's a good starter. To farm a lot of early currency and to finish all the bonus objectives from the Atlas. That's why we pick a league starter, not for the campaign. Boss, thank you for the sub. Home Cheval. Man, you sound... you have a French name. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Have a good start on 24. You have a French name, huh? Let's take this too. Let's continue. So a successful starter is not like finishing the campaign in 3-4 hours. Those are speedrunners. It's a different category of players. It's about getting your bonus objectives as fast as possible. You want to unlock your Atlas fast and you want to generate a lot of currency fast. If your build gets stuck in yellow maps, which a lot of starters can get stuck, especially for new players, it's a shit build. As a matter of fact, you should do this. Remember what I say. When the league starts, you will open Global 2 here and you read the chat. You'll see a lot of people complaining that they get stuck in yellow maps. So they pick a starter, they finish the campaign fast, they do white maps because they are easy, and in yellow maps they get stuck, they cannot progress, they die, the build is too expensive and they have to reroll into another build. So even though they finish the campaign faster, or who knows, they are forced to make a new build, because the build that they picked is shit. So we don't judge a build based on how it performs in the campaign, we judge it based on how it performs in the end game, especially red maps, especially tier 16. That's what really matters for a league starter. Stop paying attention to the campaign. So yeah, when you pick a starter, you just focus on the end game, not the campaign. Yes, it can do delve up to 300. So someone on YouTube asked me if my build can do delve. It can do without problems, but around depth 300. if you want def 1000, you can transition to my other build, Shrapnel Ballista, that can do up to 1000. But with Siege Ballista, we can do 300 without problems.
What is your desire?
Must have time to gather.
Yeah, we can do the lab, by the way. I'll do it later. The second lab will also give you even more damage. But my damage is fine, I can do it later.
You've done well.
No. You know, regarding the flask, I don't watch them, I just press randomly. So every few seconds I press randomly 3 or 4. But I don't watch the flask charges, no. So my attention is on the screen, I don't watch the flask, and randomly I just press some flasks. Same with the life bar, if I see it goes down, I randomly press 1 or 2, like this. No, you don't need to stress too much. You'll get used to it the more you play. Remember what I told you about Global 2. So you open Global 2 here on League Start and you check the chat. People will start complaining in yellow maps. So in yellow maps you'll see a lot of Saki boys complaining that the starters are shit. They were happy in the campaign. It was great in the campaign, it was great in white maps. The moment they reach yellow maps, they get stuck. Each league I can read on the Global 2, a lot of Saki boys, a lot of them. They start complaining that they get one-shotted, they start complaining that the build is expensive, etc. So remember, Global 2 and you read on the League Start. Starting day 2 of a League Start, you will see a lot of people complaining. They were happy in the campaign, they were clapping, great build. Same build in yellow maps, they get stuck. And they need to make a new build because the build that they picked is shit. So a build can feel incredible in the campaign and it can feel different in the end game. So in red maps it can behave differently than the campaign. Can be expensive, can be a lot of buttons, can be squishy, etc. So your focus is always on the end game, not the campaign. Man, I need to eat something. I'm hungry as fuck. Let me check the clock. The clock, not the cock. So let me return this quest and we continue tomorrow. Anyway, tomorrow will be a long stream. We're gonna check the reveal. We're gonna finish the campaign. We do some endgame and we're gonna check the patch notes. Let me do the quest here and I will stop the stream for today. You already seen the build is great. This is how it will perform until you finish the campaign. We continue tomorrow. I need to do a quest here and then we continue. Okay, let's see. We can go this way.
Give it.
Oh man, he's trolling. Ugh. No man, I didn't eat anything. So since I woke up, I didn't eat anything. I'm hungry as fuck. Look, it's 6 p.m. here. So today I didn't eat anything. I just drink a coffee cup and that's it. Let me take the waypoint actually.
I've seen resurrection. It was nightmarish, not beautiful.
Now I'll take the waypoint, then I will close it. I don't know, I need to check with the fridge. So I didn't plant my food, I will just open the fridge, see what I have there, and I will make it on the spot. You can do Red Beast, so with Explosive Arrow, it's fine to do Red Beast. You just don't do them in Act 2 with Holy Flame Toto. So Red Beast, they tend to have a lot of life. Or they have fire, fuck this one. So, except this one, you can do it, but except this one. Has fire resistance and endurance charges on top. Wants to ruin my stream. Okay, I got it. So we're gonna continue tomorrow. I repeat, this is on solo self-found. We finish the campaign, we do the end game, and we watch the trailer together and the patch notes. Yeah? If you want to make my build, you put exclamation mark build in the chat, you have a link to the build guide. So for those that want to make it. Let me check. Gazi, it's playing another game. He's playing Palworld. It's not playing Path of Exile. We can raid Peugeot. So this is a guide from Hungary. It's my neighbor actually. So we can raid him. See what he will do. 1 second. So this guy, Peugeot 2, let's raid him. It's a nice guy. See you tomorrow. Good evening.